There we are. Hello, everybody. Making sure that we have all of the notes ready to go. All right. Welcome on into the stream. Hey, Celeste, how's it going? Decided that Sunday night was a good time to get scary and spooky, and we are here playing the QUIETUS TTRPG. This is one that I played for the first time over on Halloween weekend, where Colin was the GM. We also played it with Cadence from Encounter Roleplay, and Colin liked it so much he decided that he wanted to be scared again. So here we all are. How are you doing tonight, Celeste? All right. This game is definitely different from the other horror TTRPGs that I have played because your own mind is kind of your worst enemy in this one, and it's interesting as a player to be able to come up with the things that scare you a lot. Stille Nacht, also great, also spooky. Ooh, I'm so curious though, were you the murderer? Spooky and draining, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Yeah, when I played that also on Encounter Roleplay, I was the murderer and didn't realize until about 10 minutes before we started the game. So that was surprising. Here we don't even have any character creation, preparation, anything like that we did in advance. Literally just looked over the questions and that's it. That's all we got. Okay. So we have also got some other, you were in fact the murderer. Yes. Yeah, it's really weird. Like, I was not sorry that my character murdered our ghost, but I still felt bad about it as a person and as a human being. I was like, this is not how I would solve this problem in real life, but okay, it's a game. That's what it's there for. So we have a couple of other horror type things coming up later this week. We have Boston Besieged that we're going to be doing over on Encounter Roleplay on Tuesday. I'm the historian for that, and Lydia is going to be playing in that. She's playing here tonight, but she is also going to be one of my players in that. That is fantastic. It's going to be super amazing American Gothic horror type of things. We also have on Monday, Song of the Deep is coming back, which is my favorite part of the week. That is the D&D 5th edition game over on Encounter Roleplay. Obviously that has Lydia as our GM, and Colin is Bastion the Bard. Also got Noir, Dracu, and Savvy in that. And directly after that, this Monday, is the premiere of Talk of the Deep, which is the new, basically like after show, talk show, post-mortem type of thing. That's going to be hosted over by Anita at Critical Misses. So if you watch Song of the Deep live on Encounter Roleplay, make sure that you check out the talk show, check out the after show. Hello, Pope World Build. Great to see you here. How was the Extra Life streaming today? I saw you in and out of a bunch of various Extra Life stream chats. Great to have you here, as always. We were just talking about the Talk of the Deep show. That's going to be after Song of the Deep this week on Monday. That's going to be on Critical Misses, different channel from where you catch the show. But yeah, for those of you just joining now, it's going to be on Critical Misses. And then on Fridays, back here on Colin's channel, there is the new GM Post-Mortem show. That begins at 8 p.m. Eastern. That's Colin and Lydia talking about GM tips, and an as yet unannounced mystery guest will be joining them this Friday. There is a VOD up on this channel already for the episode that they did with Mitch, who, if you have seen any of the Encounter Roleplay horror shows, you know has some really interesting creepy story hooks that he likes, that he enjoys. So if you too would also like to learn how to use teeth and ice cream and creepy children's dolls to scare your friends, definitely check out that VOD. This game's gonna probably be a little bit different than that, just because he and I have different styles for running horror, but I think it's actually going to be quite a lot of fun. I've GM'd Lydia once for a horror game. Very different horror game. But yeah, this game, as I said, is very much about the internal aspects of horror and the scary stuff that lives inside of your own mind. I guess teeth are dangerously close to living inside your own mind. They aren't in your face after all. But yeah. It will definitely be tense. Hello, the sinister beard. How are you doing this evening? Nice to have you come join us. There it is, there it is. I am actually very curious to see if anybody who is watching this right now watched the previous version of this that we did on Encounter Roleplay, or if you have played this yourself before, because I had actually never heard of it before we did that Halloween fundraiser. Who's seen it? It's midnight here, so just dropping in for a bit. Totally cool, totally cool. Are you the kind of person that likes to have scary things in your mind right before you go to sleep? That is very courageous. I salute that. I have to be careful with that sometimes. Hello, Flounder. How are you doing tonight? Great to have you here. No, Flounder, I believe all of us were getting quite excited about a potential Zweihander football TTRPG one-shot. Gonna be super, super fun. Yes, thank you very much for making this game. It has definitely been one of my favorite storytelling experiences that I've ever had in a TTRPG. Hello, Roller 300. Shh, for Quietus, yes. Yes, and also a detective ghost, or is that a sleeping ghost? Oh no, it's asleep. Definitely thought that that was a magnifying glass. Detective ghost would be pretty cool though. Not gonna lie. All right, friends, so I'm actually going to hop back out of this tunnel pretty quickly as we get ready to start, but I will see you very shortly for the beginning of our adventure into the deep, dark secrets of the human psyche. See you in just a little bit. And we are back. Good evening, everybody. My name is Anna at Numeria941 on the internet, and I am very pleased to introduce to you today the fantastic players who have, for some unknown reason, willingly agreed to let me scare them because they have gotten to spend plenty of time GMing games in which they scared me. Nope, not trying to turn on you, Siri. No, thank you. So would you like to go ahead and introduce yourselves? We'll begin with Colin.
Hello.
This is your channel, after all.
Yeah, I let you do tunnel. Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Hey, everybody, what's up? Thank you so much for coming to my channel this evening. This is, in fact, new follower. Hey! Ink and Ignorance. Sweet, thank you so much.
Hi, Ink.
Much appreciated.
Hello.
Oh, yeah, Ink, what's going on? Yeah, so this is, in fact, the first, TTRPG stream that I've done on this channel. We've talked about TTRPGs on Lydia and I's show, but this is the first time we're actually running a game, and I'm so very pleased that it's Quietus, because we had such a great time running this game last week on Encounter Roleplay for Halloween. This was the perfect Halloween game. I mean, my Halloween tradition is stay up late and watch, old slasher movies, but why do that when you can be in one? Am I right? Yeah, that was only a week ago. Time means absolutely nothing in 2020, Flounder. Reminder that the Game of Thrones finale was just last May, so May 2019. Can you imagine that? So, yeah, what's up? This is my channel. This is the Colonomicon channel. I am the Colonomicon, and I do a bunch of stuff over for Encounter Roleplay. Song of the Deep Monday nights. Tuesdays, at 2 o'clock, I GM Achtung Cthulhu over there, our Eldritch Horror plus Nazis game. And now this here, whatever this is. And I do some video games streams and stuff here too. So it is so very appreciated by me and all of us very much that y'all took the time to stop by and see some creepy horror run by one of my favorite people, Anna, and alongside easily one of my favorite people, my dear, dear Lydia. So thank you all so much for being here. And that's it for me. Lydia, stop me from talking anymore.
All right, I will do that, but then I will be talking instead. I'm not entirely sure that's a better trade-off. But hi, first time I'm Lydia. I am really, really happy to actually get to play in this one, because yeah, it was supposed to be happening for Halloween already, and we were super happy about the constellation, but then just with timing and Stille Nacht beforehand, it was a smarter decision, a wiser decision, and because we hate to be smart and wise here, we of course decided to, I'm adding all of us, we of course decided to make up for that lost joint game as quickly as physically possible. So here we are, and I cannot wait. I'm a little bit more used to being in the GM seat at this point when it comes to heavy stuff. The last couple of campaigns I was in as a player were a little bit more bubblegummy and happy power fantasies, and I was perfectly happy with that. But that does mean that now I'm like, oh god, were mistakes made? Perhaps. How much of my psyche do I want out there? Alright, we'll figure that out. It's just gonna be splattered all over the floor like brain matter in a slasher film. I'm okay with that. Maybe.
In the best way possible.
Yeah,
in the
sure.
best way
It'll
possible.
Be fine. It'll be absolutely fine.
It's a good opportunity to remind everybody that behind the scenes, we are using safety tools. We have our X and a no card and filled out lines and veils ahead of time so we can terrify ourselves with things that are not real life terrors that will cause real life problems. We'll keep them squarely in the realm of imaginary make-believe things that will totally not give us nightmares after this game is over. All right. Well, with that being said, unless y'all had anything else that we needed to mention before we get started, maybe it's time to begin Act 1.
Aye.
Did you warm up those dice?
Yes, but you know
me. Did you perform the ritual, the please roll well and not how Colin usually rolls?
Yeah,
ritual?
I burnt the sage. I said the words, but we know this is all for naught because I roll like shit in every game ever. So.
Yeah, that's fair. Well, it's still important to go through the motions sometimes.
I arranged them I arranged them on all sixes, and there's 3 of them, so I have a 666 lay down on my desk, which feels appropriate.
Very good, very good. As it should be. All right. So, the way that this game begins is almost an entirely improv game. We are going to be creating characters and our horror scenario right here on the spot, live on the internet before your very eyes. And Act 1 is where we create our characters and set the scene in a location where the 2 of them will find themselves isolated, alone, and far, far away from things comforting and familiar. So, got a couple questions to ask you all.
Shoot.
You're somewhere...
I said shoot.
So you are somewhere isolated at the beginning of this adventure. Where are you, and what can you tell me about this place?
Well, Anna, first, I think what we did last time that would be helpful is if we roll for our random backgrounds first. That might help us determine where we want to go.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
this is our thing was lost to thing, right?
Yes, what was lost and how. Yeah, so
let me scroll.
I have
that
up here. Right, I have that page up here right now.
Sweet. Yeah, go for it then.
Okay,
so
I got. Let's see. I'm gonna roll, courtesy of Laura, Shiny Math Rocks. Laura, let's see what you got for me here. Oh, it's 2d6 for this. So.
Yep.
I got a 5. Which
So your body.
your body. Hey, this was one you had. All right.
That was mine. Yeah. Oh boy. Here we
Yeah.
go.
Your body was lost.
And how was it lost?
It was lost, and I'm gonna roll again. I'm gonna roll my Strahd die. This is what the ones I use whenever I play Curse of Strahd. Yes, I have a different set of dice for every game. Don't act like the rest of you don't do it.
I thought you were going to say your body was lost to Strahd, and I'm like, this is the wrong stream for that. Like,
Many have suffered that tragic
Quietus.
fate,
This
but
is not
not I.
Curse of Strahd Redux. No.
My body was lost
So your body was lost.
to an illness.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
And Lydia, 2d6 twice.
I have 11. My dreams. Oh,
Oof. Oh.
good start.
Oh boy.
Oh,
My dice was lost
alright.
to the crack next to the table. So
Alas.
and that was the true tragedy of this
I
tale.
will say that I rolled the 2d6s that Anna sent me, and they rolled 5 and a 6, so that's another 11. But it's a good
Okay.
start because so far.
So you rolled
my
2 11s?
dreams were lost to a breakdown.
Okay.
Well, cool.
Okay.
Right.
All right. So for Colin, we have your body was lost to illness. And for Lydia's character, we have your dreams were lost to a breakdown. All right. What's that? Yes. Where have you gone? And tell me about it. What has brought you to this place?
And what are we related to each other?
We can
Is
do
that
these
later?
in any
All
order, but yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I hope. I don't know. Is that a roll again, or is that just figuring it out?
Nope, that's just you determine that through just talking. Mm-hmm. Probably. Oh, Colin, I think you may be muted.
I'm sorry. Yes, I was.
The chat
Yeah,
has
no, I was muted.
informed to us.
Mhm. So I'm somebody who's in very poor health. It would seem to me. Yeah. I know I'm muted. I got it. I fixed it. So.
Sometime there's a delay.
Yeah, there's a little lag there.
There is a delay. Yes.
I figure if you have the illness, and I had a recent breakdown, then this would be a sort of scenario of a new fresh start, or kind of getting away from it all, like a holiday situation.
Or even
Okay.
moving permanently, could be.
Or even moving, yeah.
So what comes to mind? I don't know why, but maybe this is drawing on personal experience, maybe too hard. But I have several members of my own family who have like very poor lung health, and I remember that it used to be a very common thing that if you had poor lung health, like what would be prescribed would be to go somewhere high elevation and get some like fresh mountain air to help your breathing.
Yep.
And so
Yep.
that sets up a nice, I think that sets up a nice isolated, location. So maybe we go somewhere like some mountaintop type area, some
Yeah.
high elevation, some nice cool thinner mountain air to help with breathing
Okay.
or something like that. So yeah, Boulder, Colorado says says Flounder. I like the idea of Colorado, like we go to the Rockies. That's a nice, beautiful, scenic, but also kind of frightening, isolated location.
Yeah, nothing could go wrong there.
No, why not?
No,
There haven't
definitely
been
not.
several horror movies set in ski mountains in Colorado.
There haven't been actual horrifying things that have happened to the GM in mountains in the Rockies, have there?
I don't know, Anna, have there?
That's news to me as well.
Yeah, I didn't know
Oh,
that.
I'm populating spreadsheets with y'all's fears today, not the other way around. We can talk about this later.
Oh,
But,
Flounder
okay.
mentioned Dead Snow. Great movie.
So you've
Yeah.
gone somewhere. Yeah, gone
convalesce.
somewhere.
How about we go with,
Yes.
I feel like we did, last time we did a temporary thing where it was the rehab center.
yeah.
I kind of like the idea of, I don't know why, just to change it up, that it's like, I like, Lydia, you said like a fresh start. So it's like we're moving somewhere permanently
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
get away from where we were and be in somewhere that's a little better for my health. and your dreams were lost. So maybe you're giving up a lot to come along on this.
I'm
Yeah,
thinking
tell us about that. Yeah.
I'm thinking workaholic, absolute workaholic, who was going towards either an important promotion or important goal for if it's self-employment. Again, this is getting very real so soon.
Best fears often do.
And the breakdown was literally the workout, what's it called, burnout induced. So working towards the thing actually being the reason for her losing the thing, just for some added drama.
Oof, yeah.
And
Okay.
self-loathing.
So recently, are you recently unemployed or something?
Yeah. I think more of like, oh God, I know nothing about computers or any of the actual jobs that, you know, you can make a living off of.
That people do.
But some form of freelancer going after a big project, a big client. And then having that mental breakdown either in front of someone who she didn't know was connected to it, or
lost it like in front of a client.
Yeah.
Oof.
I see.
Rough.
Okay.
So literally the whole, I need to get out of here. These are all people that I do not ever want to see again.
Oh, go somewhere where no one knows your name.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To disappear into the crowd again.
It's like inverted Cheers.
I was thinking the same thing. Where no one.
And I thought Flounder made a nice suggestion. I think it was Flounder. Yeah, that one way we could do that, like an inheritance from a distant relative or something like that. That like inherit a house somewhere in the mountains. It's like, this is our chance to get out of here and get away.
Fixer upper, but
yeah.
Focus on new stuff. Yeah,
I like that.
Yeah.
All right.
Sweet.
We answered so much more than what the question asked, and that's great.
Well, you know, that segues well into the next one, which is, why are you in such an isolated place? So you obviously have personal reasons for being there. You know, Colin's character is there to become more physically healthy, hopefully. And Lydia's character is going to be there to disappear from this shameful experience brought on by burnout and, you know, crashing and burning in front of people whose opinions they valued. And why you're in such character. When I say this, there is a distinction here. When we pick character names, they'll make it easier. And as for why you're in such an isolated place, I am kind of intrigued by the idea of an inheritance from somebody, because that ties in well to the next question, which is, what is your relationship to each other? How do you know each other?
Kind of, I mean, the story we've set up kind of suggests couple.
Yeah, certainly. Married?
Okay.
I feel like I'm getting at like I'm feeling a kind of, again, because I thought this too when we did this with Anna and Cadence, that like the level of kind of caregiving that has to go on between the two of them implies a pretty close relationship. Yeah. Either, in their case, they went with sisters, but I feel like we could do, like old married couple.
Yeah, sure. I thought you'd never ask.
Okay.
Of all the ways to do it, too.
I know, right?
Let's run away to a deserted convalescent home in the Rocky Mountains and be scared.
This would be the problem, Lydia. This is why I can never propose, because, you know, if I did, it would be like, you wouldn't know if you wouldn't know if it's real or not.
Murder you. I hate this sort of putting people on the spot bullshit.
Yeah, fair.
I know you wouldn't do that, but, you know.
All right, so old married couple, or, you know, old is such an interesting word when it comes to something like that. Because it could be that you're elderly, it could be that you feel used up because of things that have happened to you in your life.
Probably
it could be that the relationship has been going on for a long time, but that'll be fun.
I feel like
a beautiful midlife crisis scenario in its essence.
Yeah, and
that'll be very interesting.
I definitely think I'm probably a younger man with the body of a much older man. That you're really a physical wreck.
Okay. Why does it pain you to be here? Lydia, why don't you go first for your character?
Because this is never what she wanted out of her life. She's always been career driven and always wanted to be around people and in big cities.
Okay.
And I feel like they've had this house for a while from some dead relative. And she never wanted to live there. And being the workaholic that she is / was, could never even be convinced for a fucking holiday or anything, even though he's probably been asking, and just is already half regretting the decision to move, but hasn't told him yet.
Okay.
Is it a bit of like, you really would rather be getting back up on that pony and like just taking another shot at your career and regret?
Yeah, I think she possibly agreed to it, or even suggested it herself in a moment of absolute panic. I need to get out of here. But obviously that is a stupid reason usually to do anything.
And now regrets that decision.
Yeah, but because if you want to, I don't want to put any thoughts into your head that you don't want, but I feel like he's looking more forward to it than she is, and
I think so.
She's already aware of having sort of neglected the relationship for the career for long enough.
Well, don't worry. I'm going to be pained to be here too, so my comeuppance is coming.
And why is that?
All right, ready for real dark?
Oh.
I mean, yes, you asked me to GM this, so that's what I prepared for.
I think because he knows he's going to die here.
Yeah.
I think the proposal to do this in the first place is a bit of, I've wanted to do this for a long time. I think maybe, I'm going to make myself a shithead here. I think maybe it was a little emotionally manipulative to like try to convince her to finally go along after pushing this idea for a long time, and then like she's in this spot of weakness here, and it's like now's sort of the chance to seize on it, and so he did, and I think he knows this is sort of, I'm not going to get another chance to do this. I'm probably never leaving here. This is probably where I'm going to die. And so I think it pains him. I mean, it's a very simple point, because he's dying. He's not going to be around much longer. And I also think because of the emotionally manipulative bit that I just mentioned, there's guilt that goes along with this too. Feels bad about it.
Disaster children again.
Yeah, I hope y'all tuned in for a fucking happy stream. It's not exactly Animal Crossing, folks.
Oh god, if this were Animal Crossing, though.
Celeste said cancer. I'm going to choose, just as an executive decision, to not go that route. I just don't think I'm going to be specific with what it is. I think it's something to do with breathing. I don't know, tuberculosis, cancer, whatever your imagination wants. I'm not going to go down the road of naming it.
Can we please have one of those dramatic moments where you cough into a handkerchief and
how you know someone's going to die by the end of the movie is just, she coughed once, she's doomed.
The old Chekhov's handkerchief.
Yes. Oh my goodness.
But yeah, out of respect for everybody, like I don't want to do anything that's like triggering to people. I'm not going to name the illness. It's just he's ill. It has to do with his breathing.
I also think, and this is just a little window into my own perspective of GMing horror, I think these things work best when they're not named, so that they stay general until the point where they get specific. Yeah. Yeah, that kind of sounded like a vague thing to say now that I think about it. So let's move on to something a little...
deeply profound, trust me.
Sure. Let's move on to something a little more concrete. What are your names and what do you look like?
It's always the part that elicits the most immediate silence.
Speaking of coughing dramatically, of course it would be me by the end of this stream.
We've immediately decided on all the plot daggers. Name and haircut, though. Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Name and haircut. Name, haircut, eye color.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm going with a classic career woman, kind of short hair for practical reasons.
Like a Hillary cut? Like a...
Oh, God. That's a lot of, like, I don't know if my role playing is good enough to immerse myself into me with that haircut.
She had a pantsuit the entire time.
I mean, where are we? Early 40s for her.
Yeah.
No, I think Oh.
Yes?
It's...
Are you a Karen?
Yeah.
Is your name Karen?
It's a Karen.
Fuck.
The name is... I don't know about... The haircut is Karen.
Pope suggested Deborah, but that's my mom's name, so... Nah.
Yeah.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I think let's go with Kirsten.
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 Almost Karen, but not quite for my own sanity's sake.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So short, practical hair, early 40s. Career.
Asymmetrical bob.
Yep. We all know
I
what
managed to
that
talk
is.
my mother out of getting one of those because she had no idea about the Karen meme.
The best way I've heard that described is by Rachel Feinstein, the comedian, who says, like, the older women get, it looks like their hair is cut by a computer. I absolutely understand. Gets more aggressive.
Yeah.
I don't know. So here's the way my stupid brain works. I'm probably going to be hacking a lot in this game. I'll try not to blow out my microphone, but I'm probably going to be hacking a lot. And my brain went, hack, Jack. My name is Jack.
All right.
True creative genius at work.
You see how it works, folks? It's that simple.
Naming himself after a cough, and I'm naming myself after a meme. This is not a good start.
You really don't want to see behind the curtain. It's not as impressive up close.
This is why the magic normally happens off screen.
Yeah, especially the character name part. I don't know. I never realized that was such a sticking point for people because I get them and they just pop in my head.
FantasyNameGenerator.com.
All right, so what do you look like, Jack?
Jack is frail. I think a guy who, once probably was kind of like a broad-shouldered, healthy, maybe even an athlete at one time, but due to illness is just kind of wasting away and has lost a lot of weight in a short amount of time. And his clothes kind of hang off of him.
Okay.
Ready for the real depressing shit? Doesn't bother buying new clothes because he's going to be dead soon. So he is wearing the same clothes that he had, and yeah, just generally looks very pale, baggy clothes, hair kind of falling out a bit. Probably was getting older, so his hair was probably starting to thin anyway, but it's coming out quite a bit now. Very thin, lost a lot of the color in his face and in his hair. Got that kind of in between, that kind of dull brown approaching gray hair color. Probably, I didn't shave today, so we'll just say he's not shaving, really, just not taking care of himself very well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
He looks like shit, Anna.
Looks like shit. All right. I'm just writing my notes down. This is a me question. This is not in the original character creation. How long has Jack been sick for? Is this like a very long-term thing coming to a conclusion, or was this something that happened quickly and just escalated?
I'm going to say a long time because I'm mean
Okay.
and I'm lengthening his suffering. But yeah, I think it's been a slow burn, which would explain, I think, why, like I said, this has been on his mind for a long time, wanting to get out and get to the mountains and all that. He's been thinking it for a while. And I think maybe the health reasons thing is slightly a cover at this point, because at this point it probably doesn't make a difference, really.
Okay.
Hence why it was kind of shitty, the way I think he did it, that Kirsten lost her job, and it's like, oh, honey, let's start over somewhere else. Yeah.
Gotcha.
So I think it's been a long, slow decline.
Okay. All right. Something went wrong yesterday before you got to distant relative. What relative was this? Just give me something so I don't have to say distant relative. Was it a grandparent, maybe?
I'm going to guess it's from my side because I'm the one that's been pushing. Well, it could be from yours that I've been pushing. What do you think, Lydia?
Yeah.
I think if it's from my side, it's a distant uncle she never
Distant
really
uncle.
liked.
All right.
He was always very much into nature and very much into hiking and herbalist bullshit.
homeopathic remedy kind of guy.
This is your Birkenstock rockin' uncle? Like
Yeah.
your
Okay.
your
Pretty
crunchity
much.
munchity granola uncle?
So she knows she's been to that house a couple of times. It's full of animal skins that he hunted and skinned himself. He's the whole, you have to live with, the wilderness around
Live in
you.
harmony with nature, man.
And you take what you need, but you always give thanks. And at the same time, his house has always scared her ever since she was a little kid.
Okay.
Yeah, new age uncle.
Yep.
In a creepy kind of way.
I like Flounders, the distant uncle who didn't come for Christmas but was there the week after Christmas. That's so weirdly specific, and I love it.
This is, okay. I know this guy. I know this guy.
I know this guy too.
Um.
Not my uncle, mercifully, but yeah.
See, I have an uncle like that, but I actually like him.
Well, sure. He probably doesn't have a murder cabin in the Rocky Mountains. So, all right. Something went wrong yesterday. This would be before you arrived at the house. What went wrong?
We did car trouble last time we did this, so I don't want to do that again. That feels too easy.
Yeah. And alternatively, we have there should be someone else nearby, but isn't. Where are they? So we can answer both of those, but since they're interrelated, feel free in any order.
Maybe there should have been someone at the house for either handover or to take care of something to make sure we can actually live in it. It will be a fixer-upper. It will be rusty, but we Carson kind of hired someone to at least fix the bedroom or something to make sure there's no leaks in the roof and to make sure it's livable. And it's been a hassle because it's halfway across the country, and doing that remote was absolutely ridiculous, and the contractors were useless. And when we got there was supposed to be someone supposed to be walking us through the damages that are there and what they did, and either they didn't show up or they showed up late, or the conversation was absolutely horrifying and they didn't do it right.
I'm gonna add one very specific thing to that. One thing it's not. There's no heat.
Oh yeah.
Furnace is busted. Was supposed to be fixed, and we're high in the Rockies, and at night it's fucking cold.
Yep. All right.
Hey, Rindis is here. Hi, Rindis.
All right. So no heat at night. It's cold. Are you thinking the person who should be nearby but isn't is the contractor, or is there some sort of distant neighbor or like friend of your uncle's maybe that was holding onto a key, or just because give you something a little more exciting than the man with the HVAC or whatever. As fun as that sounds, let's
But why not both? A neighbor. I mean, neighbor is relative in that it's a remote place.
It's probably a mile. It's probably a mile down the road. Yeah.
But
or
one
further
of those
down the mountain, maybe.
Yeah.
Neighbors that as soon as the uncle had died, immediately, I'm taking care of everything. Don't you worry.
Okay.
Bit of a busybody. I know a guy who knows a guy, and yeah.
So
and his name is Kevin.
All right.
No, Keith. Fuck Keith. I don't know why, but fuck that name.
Okay.
My uncle's name was Kevin. He's fine. Keith. Fuck Keith. Hope there's not any Keith. If there's any Keiths in the chat, I apologize. You're great.
It's only this particular one that we're mad at.
Right.
I don't even know why. Do we have an uncle name? If not, I can come up with
It's your uncle.
Joseph.
Uncle Joe. I think Uncle Joe was just elected president yesterday.
All right. So, his friend Keith should be nearby, but isn't. Where is Keith?
Uncle Mary. Flounder.
Uncle Mary.
Uncle Mary.
A boy named Sue.
Oh boy. I was
Italian on our
had to
mother's
say
side.
that. God damn it, Uncle Mario. Okay, and something went wrong yesterday. What was it? That you have no heat because the house is a dump.
It's a wreck.
It's a mess. It is, I'm gonna say, entirely unsuitable for somebody who has even unspecified lung problems to be living in. There's probably mold and dust and all kinds of, issues with the air ducts, and just really not the kind of things that are conducive to even a healthy person.
And raccoons.
Staying in this house.
Family of raccoons.
And a family of raccoons.
In the roof.
In the chimney.
Yep.
Always the worst. Okay.
I will tame them, they shall be my army.
Fucking
The
raccoons.
raccooning.
In the raccooning.
The
I like
raccooning.
the raccooning.
The raccoon.
Yeah. No, I got
The
it. I
raccoon,
got you.
Yeah, yeah.
It's funny. It's funny, Lydia. It's good.
All right. And now, for the big whammy.
Yeah.
What are your characters, not you personally, what is your character most afraid of?
Cop-out answer is to say dying.
Yes, that is a cop-out.
Because I think by now, I also don't think it squares with what I said before. Because I think he's at peace with the fact that he's going to die. And that's why he wanted to come here in the first place. This is a one last hurrah before I go, I think, for him. So, I don't think it's dying. Raccoons. No,
I knew someone was going to suggest it.
You want me to go first?
Yeah, go ahead. Let me think on it. I might springboard off yours anyway.
The very long and elaborate answer is basically realizing at the end of her life that she's wasted it all and has not done a single noteworthy thing and is going to be forgotten in a generation.
Okay.
The short version of it and the possibly more imminent aspect is being alone.
Which you will be soon.
Which she will be soon, and is not exactly processing, but more like that's future me's problem.
Okay. Realizing that you have wasted your life, you will be forgotten within a generation, and you will be alone.
This is a fun game, y'all.
Super fun.
It will be.
We're having fun here. We're all having fun.
For you.
No.
We're all fine here. How are you?
It also, I will posit this to you.
Yeah.
If Jack is not afraid of the actual inevitability of death coming, what about it is still frightening, or what tangential or adjacent to it is frightening to him?
That's the way I've been conceptualizing.
Yeah.
Conceptualizing
I assumed that's the track that you would take the second you were like, this character is gonna die, because...
I think he's probably a little afraid of suffering.
Okay.
Of the pain of dying.
Mm-hmm.
The long, slow march that he's kind of already been on, but it's gonna get worse. But I also think with that, he's terrified of... Oh boy. Yep, I'm gonna go the whole hog. Of no one caring, of not being missed. That when he's gone, his wife will shed a tear and then move on and not care anymore.
Okay.
This is beautiful because I'm so sure they've never fucking talked about this.
No, the communication's almost
because it could have been solved so easily. These deep-seated fear, well, not solved, but
addressed.
They could have been
slightly.
helping each other and be there for each other, and instead everyone's kind of sitting in their own corner, just doom scrolling in their brains.
And instead, you invited me here to facilitate this character communication
Flounder
in
had
the worst way possible.
Oh, Draco's here. Flounder had a great suggestion that I really like. That is that if I were Jack, I would be. He said I would be terrified that I would get over the illness, but still have to live in this body.
Mm.
that he'd be trapped in this useless body.
So you would have a cure in some sense, but not really be recovered from.
Yeah, it's actually a fear of going on living like this. It'd be stuck in that limbo between life and death, and that this just goes on forever, and having to live in pain. But I'm still sticking. I like that. I think I can use that. But I'm still sticking with my first answer. I think he's terrified that he won't be missed. That the people that cared about him won't care when he's gone, and that he'll be forgotten.
Okay. Alrighty then. Now let me just see.
Doom scrolling in your brain. Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Yeah. Okay. I think now that we've kind of gotten our character creation underway, we are probably going to, I'll do a quick recap of what we've got, just because I know that we've had some new people join. We're going to take a second for me to collect some thoughts about this, maybe like 5 minutes, because this is a no prep game, so I don't have anything planned. We will literally be making up the horror and the story on the spot. So we have Jack and Kirsten, an old married couple that has come to Kirsten's uncle's house high in the arid Rocky Mountains to take care of Jack's poor health, because he knows that he is now near the end of his life. He has been sick for a long time and has wanted to take this trip with his wife as kind of a farewell to living, farewell to life. And she is here with him, partially because she wants to be, partially because she is trying to escape the painful memories of losing it in front of people who were going to make her career very big. She was very career driven, very much a workaholic. I'm thinking somebody who's just like very type A, but not necessarily willing to do much about mitigating the worst side effects of that. So she has come out here partially for her husband, partially for, or yeah, I assumed that you were a married couple. Partially to just try and disappear into the background of life a little bit. And yeah, we have fears of dying alone and being forgotten, and a house full of mold, no heat, and raccoons. All right. So we're gonna take 5 real quick.
I have the timer set on 10, so take 10. Take 10. Think on it. I'm gonna throw a screen up with it. There's gonna be a timer up, guys. We'll be back in 10 minutes after Anna's had some time to chew on this. You guys can all go refresh your drinks, go to the bathroom, and then we'll be back to make you all really, really fucking sad. Ourselves included.
I'll be holding on to the raccoons as a happy story.
All right, we'll see you all in just a few minutes.
See you in a minute. And we are back. Welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed your quick break. Thank you for sticking around. We are going to go ahead and get into the story of Kirsten, who has lost her dreams to a breakdown, and Jack, who has lost his body to illness. At the beginning of this story, finding themselves after a long trip from their previous place of residence, making their way up a small winding mountain road towards the house where Kirsten's uncle used to live. He was an eccentric, hippie, new age sort of fellow. And she had fond memories of visiting the place as a child. And of course, as much as she was loath to leave behind her job and her career, the most important thing that she had poured her life's work into, despite the circumstances under which she left, her severance package was still generous enough to ensure that they could travel out here comfortably. To fulfill the dying wish of Jack, her husband, a man who had once been very athletic and vigorous. His body is now wasted by disease and the knowledge that his time on this earth is rapidly drawing to a close. You made your way on a very dark, late spring evening. The sun is still setting very low in the sky, up towards this cabin or house, your Uncle Joseph. And Kirsten, remembering the frustration of trying to organize getting this place suitable to live in, across country, across time zones, across multiple phone calls, email chains, and misconnections. Knowing that, well, even though this place is run down, at least you did your best to try and make it comfortable. So you are at the house now.
On the way up, Kirsten was almost stream of consciousness talking at Jack more than with or to Jack the whole time about renovations, about what they need to do, about the to-do list, the stuff they need to fix. They told me they would have it done, but I don't think they did. Never heard of them again after the initial conversation, so we might have to find the next hardware store. I don't even know where the fuck anything is here. Get the tools, get the paint, get everything. I'm not gonna pay them a single dollar if they fuck that.
No, it's okay. I'm sure. I mean, I'll have nothing but time. I can work on some. I can do some painting while you get your office set up. I haven't hung wallpaper in a while, but I could give that a go. I mean, I'm not as quick as I used to be, but I'm still pretty handy with a hammer and a screwdriver. I'm sure I can do some small things before we can get a contractor in there. There's nothing to worry about. Let's just focus on the fact that it's beautiful. I mean, look at the sunset. I mean, you can't get that back in Connecticut. I mean, look at these views. This is going to be great. I think this is going to be really good for us.
Yeah. And the pause is brief but noticeable. Yeah, it'll be good. And then she speeds up just a little bit because the road up to the house is absolutely terrible. And going there in the dark is not what she wants to do.
Yeah, just barely an hour of daylight left as the pavement has dropped off into this crunchy, bumpy gravel that is just jostling both of you uncomfortably hard against the seats of this car. As you're making your way up towards the house, Kirsten, are remembering your experiences coming here as a young child, the things that your Uncle Joseph would do with you, the kind of potions and tinctures and stuff that he was always tinkering with in his back garden shed. A little bit nostalgic for you, I'm sure, as you're making your way up here. And you're supposed to get the key to the place from your uncle's friend Keith. He said that he would meet you at the front door of the house, 7 p.m., just before the sun goes down, give you the tour of the place. And you arrive at the house, and Keith is not there. Of course, because why would anything about this house go right for you? All of the lights on the exterior of the house are turned off. You hear just the vague whispers of wind rustling through what little scraggly pine trees are still growing up here. This is very high altitude. The air is crisp, thin, and getting colder every minute that you spend outside.
It looks really muddy. Maybe just park over there by the mailbox on the gravel.
Yeah.
Don't want to...
Pulling up and getting out of the car. First thing she'll do is literally just scream Keith's name.
We were supposed to meet him. We were supposed to meet him here or at his house?
Here, I think. Well, that's what we agreed on.
Are you sure? I mean, maybe...
Keith! And she starts walking around the house.
And you hear that just sort of echo of the name, Keith, echoing off of the sides of this empty mountainside.
I think Jack, trying to be helpful, gets out also. Like, I think Kirsten kind of jumped right out as soon as we stopped. Just put it in park. And Jack can't move as quick as he used to, so he sighs a bit, seeing that she's clearly already pissed off, as she probably often is these days. And gets out, a little slowly, brings himself to his feet, and... Keith! Keith! Honey, maybe he's just... Maybe he left it in the mailbox. But...
She's been furiously knocking on the door. Yeah. Then heads back from the door.
And I think Jack is near it, so he pops open the mailbox to look, see if maybe if Keith just left the key for them with a note or something. I don't know.
Yeah, and you do find a key in the mailbox. With a small handwritten note scrawled on a Post-it note. Sorry couldn't make it tonight. Something came up. We'll make sure to give you the full welcoming reception just as soon as I get back. And it is unsigned.
God damn it.
Yeah, honey, Keith's not coming, but we have the key. It's okay. He left a note. Said he'll welcome us later. He didn't sign it, but I mean that must be him.
You suppose it's fine. Well, get inside before it gets cold. And don't expect anything. Last time I was here, half the thing was derelict.
Do you want me to unpack anything? I could, if you pop the trunk, I can get some of the clothes out.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Again, that little bit of hesitation and that little look up down, like what the state he's on, that you've probably been the state he's in, and that look that you've probably been seeing from her a lot, that is trying to be subtle, really isn't.
I'm fine. I mean, no, it's alright. I just hold on, I just need to...
Have some water, honey. What's that now actual Colin?
No. I'm okay. I feel better already. I mean, the air up here is nice. It's good. It's easier. Away
Let's
from all
make
that
sure we-
humidity. It's good.
Let's make sure we've got the duvet first. Clothes, anything we need to stay warm tonight.
Yeah, I packed. And he reaches in the trunk, pops the trunk open, and reaches in the trunk and pulls out a small box. I set aside some sweaters just for us. I mean, I figured it'd be a little cold tonight, so I got out I know you like your flannels, so I got out some for us. Actually, I'm gonna put one on now. It's a little chilly up here. God.
Method.
But this is good. This is good. Well, let's go. I'll carry this. Let's go see. I've been wanting to see this place for years. It's exciting.
Don't get your hopes up. And she's carrying something else from the trunk as well, and just is one of those people who doesn't do 3 trips when you can do it all in one by breaking your back.
Excellent. So you make your way into a house. The key turns in the lock easily, but the door is stuck open, almost like when a door will swell because of water damage, and it makes this like scraping noise from the bottom of the door across the wooden floor here. Inside, the house is very dim. There's a faint smell of mildew, something that has probably crept in as water damage back when your Uncle Joseph had first died. And because the house has been abandoned since then, it has that smell of not really having been inhabited for some years. Somebody has tried to tidy up, some sweeping, some dusting, but you can still see the streaky marks of just some dirt and grime on the insides of the windows. The bedroom is down the hall to your left. I think this is one of those houses. There's a bit of a hallway. You've got a bedroom on one side, a little coat closet bathroom on the other, and opens up into a large living room in the back. It's got one of those big floor-to-ceiling kind of windows to take in the view of the mountains all around you, or in this case, the lengthening shadows of the mountains as the sun's continuing to go down. And the outdoor has a deck that you can see from inside the house, the wraparound stairs on the sides, and like a upper platform up there. There's a light flickering up on the deck platform, like a little guttural candle.
This is nice.
Yeah, we can have barbecues out on the deck.
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Yeah, we'll have to buy a grill. I don't know where we get that, but yeah, I love... It's a shame we had to leave the other one behind, but, I love grilling. That would be awesome. Yeah, this is good. This is good.
We can get some of our friends to visit.
Yeah. All right, okay. Hey, it needs a little work. That's okay. We can... What? What's wrong?
Just gonna check on the light. I don't know when Keith was last here. I don't know how long that's been burning.
What is that? Is that like a candle or like a tiki torch or something?
Swear to God, if they left a burning candle and open flame in here, I will sue them.
You go check it out. I'll start putting some of our clothes away.
Thanks, love.
Yeah,
and
no problem.
She heads off to wherever the light was. You said, was that out on the deck or up?
Yeah.
Jack goes to the bedroom to start putting away some of the clothes.
Let's follow Jack first for a moment. You're going to the bedroom, putting away the clothes. It looks like Kirsten has taken some care to make sure that while most of the house is still in a state of disarray, the bedroom at least is the room that appears to have most of the work done on it. There's already the frame, the mattress, that crinkly protective plastic sheet over it all that sort of thing. Dress of drawers, and it looks slightly less dirty than the rest of the house. There is a fireplace across the room near where the foot of the bed would be, with a large brick chimney going up to the roof.
Is there a mirror or like a dresser mirror?
Yep, one of those dresser drawer things that's got like the two sets on one side and a mirror with a curved top.
Kind of old school furniture, sounds like.
Yep, definitely something that was probably fashionable when Uncle Joseph was a young, hearty man, but decidedly more a thrift story now.
Jack places the box down on the bed, kind of lets the cardboard box crinkle against the plastic, and opens it up and starts taking out shirts and stuff, and opens up some of the drawers, looks around, she's very particular. Is this going to be mine? That's going to be her? That's fine. We'll work it out. And opens up drawers and starts putting them in, kind of catches a glimpse of himself in that mirror and takes in just how shitty he looks. I don't think he's looked at himself in a while, and he's been trying to keep his spirits high, but sees himself there and I think he's been trying to stay cheerful, but he knows this place looks like absolute death, and that this is he knows right away this was probably a bad idea, but now it's in a quiet moment alone where he won't bring her down by just kind of leaning into how awful this is, really. And I think he kind of breathes and holds back some tears. And then just goes back to putting the clothes away.
When you open up one of the dresser drawers, there's those little liner things that you put in the bottoms of drawers to keep moths from chewing on your clothes, keep things smelling more of that cedary type scent. One of the drawers, though, that's conspicuously absent, and instead you see a white business-sized envelope with the name Jack handwritten on the front, just lying there in the middle of the drawer.
The fuck? Okay. Puts down the clothes he was putting away, just places them on top of the dresser, and reaches in and takes the envelope and studies it from the outside, like feels it. Like, it feels what's in, like, is there maybe another set of keys in here or something like that? Is that all it is? Like, just tries to get a sense of what's in it, feels the outside.
There's definitely something inside it, but the way that the envelope bends, it seems like it's paper or a letter of some kind. There's no more solid object inside the envelope.
Well, this is weird, and he doesn't want to freak out Kirsten, so I think he looks around, makes sure she's not around, and seeing that, I assume she's not, he takes his car key for the car and uses it as like a letter opener and slices the top open and opens it up.
And the letter is just written on a scrap of some wrinkly loose leaf paper. It looks old, like it was written years ago, kind of yellowed around the edges. You can see where the envelope has left a print in the bottom of the dresser drawer. Handwritten, and it says, "My dear boy, we were never able to get the chance to meet in person, but everything that Kirsten tells me about you leads me to believe that the two of you are perfect for each other, and I trust that you will take care of my favorite niece. I know that she has not been back here in a very long time, and likely will never be until after I am gone. But I wanted to write this to you because this place is special. She and I have many wonderful memories of her childhood growing up here. And I hope that in time, whenever you come here, you'll see all of the wonderful things that this cabin has to offer. Take care of my girl. And it is signed Joseph.
That's nice.
Can you flip over the paper at some point to the back, perhaps to see if there is anything written there, the postscript? And it says, P.S. One more thing. Don't let the lights go out at night. The animals around here can get restless when left to their own devices. And there's a little smiley face drawn next to that.
Yeah, she said he was kind of weird. Okay. Whatever you say, Uncle Joe. Puts it down on the dresser, and then thinks, maybe I shouldn't leave this sitting out, and takes it and puts it in his sweater pocket. Goes back to putting clothes away.
And Kirsten, we'll switch over to you now. You've gone outside to check on the flickering light, which you can see is dimming towards the top of the stairs that lead up to the deck.
Is it an open flame, or is it a storm candle, or is it a electric?
It's a white taper candle nearing the end of its length. It looks like it's one of those dinner table candles, so it's probably been burning for about an hour at this point in order for it to be burned down that low, just sitting in like a little crystal holder. And as the candle's guttering out, you notice some wax dripping down onto a small scrap of paper beneath the candle holder with some writing on it. This is outside the house. It is an exterior deck that you can see from inside the house.
She looks around, almost as if to expect someone, or wondering about why this candle would be burning when Keith hasn't been here in a while. Looks for any indicator as to why that candle would be there, and then picks up the paper underneath.
And the paper has just one sentence written on it in a very heavy hand, almost at some points where a pencil appears to have shredded through the paper because someone was pressing so hard when they wrote this. And in all caps, it says, "His light won't go out."
Very funny. There is nothing I remember from my childhood visits that Uncle Joe was particular about lights or anything.
Nothing special like this, no. I mean, he taught you how to do things like build fires, how to kit out a tinder box. I think at some points when you'd come to visit him, there'd be nights that you spent at this house, and then there would be nights that you would go out camping on the mountains. You know, have a tent, sleeping bags, maybe roast marshmallows over a fire.
She sits down on one of the old deck chairs, and she's been, ever since they got out of the car, she's been sort of feeling around in her pocket where there's a very tattered, at this point, pack of cigarettes. She does not like to smoke in front of Jack because, well, obvious reasons. But especially since the breakdown she started quite heavily again. And she looks around, making sure Jack is still busy downstairs, and then Clara's complaining. And then sits down, sighs, and uses the candle to light a cigarette and takes a deep drag.
And you're looking out over the mountain vista. Strangely enough, right around the time the candle gutters to a halt on your deck, you see a very bright, almost like a flare or a large bonfire light across the way on a couple of mountains over. You're not sure if it's warm lighted windows of somebody else's habitation up here. It doesn't look like it's a forest fire. It looks like this is supposed to be here somehow.
She forces herself to relax, which is the best way to describe her way of relaxation. With the smoke, starts into a bit of a breathing exercise that many, many podcasts have taught her, and that she always picks up for like 3 weeks and then stops. She tries to think about all the good things that can happen here, and all the good things she and Jack have been talking about, what they're going to do. Maybe she's going to take up painting. And she can't help but scoff at every one of them and feel like every single one of them is a lie. She stares at that strange fire, light shown across mountains, a couple kids, whatever. Finishes the cigarette. Piece of paper still on the table. She's already half forgotten about it. And when she's done, blows out the candle and heads back down. Jack, you here?
Yep. Just getting the kitchen set up. Jack's putting some pots and pans away in the kitchen. And I'm going to give Kirsten something that my own parents did to me many times in high school. Which, as you walk in, the old judgmental...
Yes, I know. It's been a long drive. I'm sorry, I should have... Hold on. And she heads out to get the mouthwash from her bag that's in the bedroom.
Just do it outside, okay?
I did. Okay, and you hear a little bit of gargle and she comes back. There. Oh, better.
Gives her a kiss. A little better.
Bedroom doesn't look too bad.
No, did your Uncle Joe have like a weird thing about lights?
Not that I remember, but he was weird about many things. He told me how to make a fire. That helps. If I can still do it.
Did he ever say that he like really like wanted to meet me or something? Like, I won't be offended if you say no. I'm just curious.
Well, Joe is was a very enthusiastic man. Always tried to be part of the family, but you always had to come to him. You always had to visit him. He had all the ideas, and you were the one supposed to make it work. And that's fine when you're a kid, because that's exciting. But not when you have a job, a mortgage, and just life to take care of. Can't fucking drop everything and drive across the country just because I really, really need to see that huge, I don't know, whatever he just shot that particular day. Genuinely surprised that there's not more of his trophies still here. Fucking terrifying as a kid.
Well, I'm pleasantly surprised to hear that. I don't like that stuff, really.
I told them to get rid of it.
But yeah, no, it's weird. He left a letter for me.
For you?
Yeah, it was in the dresser. It was addressed to me, and it's really nice. He sounds like he, wishes he could have gotten to know me, which is, it's sweet. But he said something weird about lights, about not letting the lights go. I mean, here, let me just... And he reaches in his pocket and pulls out the envelope. Yeah, here, that's this.
And she reads through it and... okay.
Question.
Hold on.
Question.
Runs off.
Is that her Uncle Joe's handwriting? Does she recognize it as her Uncle Joe's handwriting?
Do I?
Yeah, it's his handwriting. It's the kind of thing that, even though you grew apart as you got older, you didn't visit him as much. He still sent you, your $25 for your birthday every year till he died.
She runs back up just to get that piece of paper that said something about lights. Hopes it hasn't been blown away by the wind yet, because she just left it there on the table. Didn't even put the candle back on.
Yeah, it's still there. It's a little difficult to prise off because of the wax that has hardened rather quickly as the temperature drops. But it's still there.
And what does it say again?
His light won't go out.
Also in Joe's handwriting?
No, this is a different handwriting.
So I come back down and just... There, that was up on the deck. No idea what it means.
Cold in here. Can I see?
Yeah, have a look. I don't think that's Joe.
His light will not... Well, someone has very poor penmanship. Practically dug right through the paper. Somebody was in a mood.
Not me, for once.
So I guess whoever lit that candle, it must be Keith, right? It's probably, I don't know what Keith's handwriting looks like. I mean, maybe it's Keith. That's weird, but
Must be Keith. I'll see if I can get a fire going.
that would be good. Yeah, just make sure the flue's open. Smoke.
I know how to make. Yes. Thanks.
I know you know. I'm just.
And she takes off the sweater and the nicer stuff, expecting this to go a little bit, for everything to go quite sooty and filthy.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't exactly like getting her clothes dirty in any way, but that's the life she's living now in the countryside. So she has a look at the fireplace. If it's usable, serviceable.
Yeah, everything looks to be in order. There's the set of wrought iron tools, everything that that you would need. Some wood, kindly left by probably Keith, trying to set the place up for you, knowing that there was no heat. Although in the actual hearth area, there is a strange collection of what appear to be small animal bones, like part of a jaw, maybe something like that, and almost crackly blackened matter that was maybe some decomposing skin that is kind of crusted onto the bottom of this hearth area, maybe a squirrel.
She takes one of the metal poker is and starts scratching at it and poking at it and trying to get it off. Honey, do we have a bag somewhere? Clean this out.
Yeah, just those shopping bags with the... I mean, I can empty out the road snacks. Let's put those in the cabinet here. And he takes like a couple bags of chips and stuff out of a regular plastic shopping bag. Is that good enough?
It'll do. Don't get too close. It's because the smoke, the soot is already like a little bit of a cloud. Don't get too close.
I know.
And she starts, hands not having any gloves around, trying to put all the leftover ashes and yes, the bones as well into the bag to clean out the fireplace as best as possible. Hating every moment of it.
Keith could have at least cleaned out the fireplace for us. Oh, honey, you're gonna get dirt. Just put your hand in the bag and do like the, grab with the bag. You know what I mean? Like when you...
It doesn't matter now.
I'm gonna take...
I need to sit down. Is there a chair or any furniture in the living room?
Yeah, there's like a sofa and one of those recliny type chairs. Again, very old-fashioned by the time that you have gotten here. But yeah, there's a little living room set.
I think Keith... Sorry, I just called myself Keith. I think Jack... Fuck Keith. I think Jack goes to sit and kind of like hoist himself down onto the recliner and kind of does that thing where his knees are a little weak, and he falls back and kind of lands a little harder than he meant to. Mm-hmm. And rocks and steadies himself and looks embarrassed to make sure that Kirsten didn't see that.
She didn't. They're safe.
And leans his head back and just kind of looks at the ceiling.
And almost as soon as you sink into the chair, you look back as you're finally beginning to relax after this long day on the road. The sound of one of those old the landline phone that's built into the wall, and the thing goes ringing near the kitchen.
What the fuck is that?
That's the phone. Who the fuck is calling us? Should be kitchen back on the wall.
Yep.
I can't.
I'll get it. And he... gets up and kind of shuffles over to the kitchen to answer the phone.
There's not really an answering machine on this thing either.
So it just keeps ringing.
Just keeps ringing and ringing, yeah.
Who the fuck has a landline anymore? And he just kind of angrily grabs it. Yeah?
Hi. This is Keith. Who am I speaking to here?
And he does the thing, covers the receiver and looks... Kirsten. Keith.
Well, say something. Why are we whispering?
Hey.
Hi, Keith.
Hey, Keith. How you doing? It's Jack.
Jack. Oh, yes. You're Joe's niece's husband, right? Y'all made it up to the house okay, I'm guessing. I'm sorry I couldn't make it there.
Yeah, no, we got the key. Thanks for leaving that in the mailbox. Appreciate that.
Oh, good. Well, you see, I'm making my way up to the top of the mountain right now. I got a little bit held up on the road, but just wanted to make sure that we give you a proper welcome tonight. Get you all settled in and have a good place to to relax and recuperate a little bit.
Oh, hey, no, that's Okay, Keith, can you hold on just a moment?
Yeah, sure.
Covers it again. He wants to come over, I think.
What?
And like bring people over. It sounds like he wants to do like a welcome. All right, can I tell him to just fuck off for the night? I'm tired.
Yeah, I don't have it cleaned up yet.
He can't hear
Just-
you, honey. I'll
And she's hands deep in the fireplace.
Okay, I'll put him off. Hey, Keith. Listen, we're really tired over here and just still getting set up. So I really appreciate you leaving the key and wanting to make us feel welcome. But you know.
Oh yeah, sure. That was no trouble. No trouble at all.
Yeah. No. Thanks. Obviously, but maybe we could do this maybe tomorrow or another night this week or something. We're really looking to just have a quiet one here and get to bed soon. You know, maybe start a fire, have a little food, and then go to sleep. So.
Oh, nonsense. I know for a fact that house isn't stocked up for you to have dinner. We're gonna bring you some things. We're just to help you get a little bit settled in. I promise that we won't keep you long. Anything we can pick up for you on the way.
He's still coming. He's still. Keith, really, no. Hey, look, it's too much. I really don't want to put you out. I really appreciate your help and everything.
No, really, it's no trouble at all. Now listen, let me know if there's anything that you need real quick. I'm about to lose service, and then it'll be maybe about another 45 minutes till I get up to where you're at. Don't worry about fixing the place up. Just let me know if there's anything I can bring you before I start to... And you hear like the edges of his voice just begin to crackle and buzz a little bit as you gather he's traveling up higher in elevation and his cell service is starting to go.
Nope, that's fine, Keith. Thanks.
Okay, see you soon, Jack. Bye now.
Bye. Hangs the phone up. So Keith's coming over.
Oh, of course he is.
I'm sorry, I tried. He wouldn't take no for an answer. I tried to put him off, but he just was really insistent.
It's okay. We can do this. Just, lots of yawning. Do the little tour, do the little talk about the weather, how was the drive, and then just lots of yawning.
I mean, he seems friendly, at least. Whatever. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Let's get the fire going, and, he said he'll be here in like 45 minutes, so we got some time to kill. I don't know what you want to do.
You just relax. I'll take care of it. I'll... And she looks around, making little notes in her head about what needs doing to have guests over. Not that anything is really friendly and inviting looking, but yeah, fire comes first, so that's what she's gonna focus on.
Mm-hmm.
And then maybe do some cleanup around the fireplace and some dusting. Do we have any snacks that we can still offer to guests? Is that you see her getting lost in her planning and to-do list making, and it's not very communicative about it.
Yeah. And as you're making your way, rummaging through these cupboards, looking for cleaning supplies, looking for snacks, they're mostly empty, except for some of the under the sink in the bathrooms and also under the sink in the kitchen. These boxes of white taper candles. Dozens and dozens of them. Looks like somebody maybe made a bulk order. Some of them at the very back of the cabinet definitely look like they've been there for a while. The packaging has changed. The branding, logo's gotten a graphic design update over the years. And then there are some spots towards the front of the cabinets where there are boxes missing. Looks like things have been added and removed recently as the older tapers have been shoved to the back.
What the?
What's the matter?
There's like 1,000 candles here. What on earth would you need so many candles for?
A birthday
Guess
party
we'll have
for a very old person.
Guess we'll have light. Is any, I'm assuming electricity-wise, nothing's really working in the house?
No. You try the lights. The heat's also electric. That's obviously not working. You knew that going in, but the lights even are not. The house is getting dark.
Well, I guess the lights went out long before Joe did.
It's funny.
She catches herself for a second, powering through.
Do you need help?
I can set a couple of candles up. I guess that's what he did.
Yeah, let me help. And again, gets himself out of that chair, slowly breathing through it. Goes in the kitchen where she is, and Jesus Christ, that is a lot of candles.
I'm guessing he never had anything repaired.
He lived here like this? Like without heat and electricity?
I wouldn't put it past him. Just, that's the type of guy he was.
I mean, you said he was rustic, but that's... Wait a minute. Do we even... And he goes to the faucet and turns the handle on, see if we even have running water.
You hear the burbling noise of pipes that have not been used in a very long time, and a sudden glut of this rusty, almost brown water comes out. A few seconds, it just spitting through very low water pressure before it begins to run clear.
Yeah, we need to cook that at our fireplace.
Yeah, don't make tea until we've had that looked at. I mean, at least boil it. It's... Okay. Right, I'll light some candles. Here, give me one of those boxes. Sorry, I don't want to bend over. If you could just get that for me.
Sure. Did I manage to get the fire going?
Yes, easily enough. You remember your training, the way that your uncle wanted you to be able to build it in multiple styles, backwards and forwards, and that muscle memory is still stuck with you, despite an entire adulthood far, far away from the woods.
Then I'm going to try and MacGyver one of the little grill grates, I guess, on top of the fire to get one of the cast iron pots to boil some water for tea or coffee.
Okay. Yeah, you can do that pretty easily. Your uncle had that kind of stuff lying around.
It's all very quiet up here except for the wind. That's not much conversation other than whatever Jack initiates.
Yeah, and I think Jack looks around. Some matches around? Something like that? Ooh, you know what? There's a chance to be an asshole. Can I borrow your lighter?
Sure, hon. Get it back after.
He takes it and starts placing candles around the kitchen on the counters. I think he thinks for a second, like, I gotta put these on something because they're gonna burn and get wax all over the place, but also, fuck it, we're taking these piece of shit counters and cabinets are getting taken out anyway. We're gonna rent out this place. I don't fucking care. Who cares? And just starts placing them around and puts some in the living room. And it's kind of just making rounds around the whole first floor, placing candles and lighting them. And then, if nothing happens while doing so, when he's done, pockets that later.
Okay. All right. The candles lit, flickering, providing you some very dim illumination for the rest of this room. And it's almost peaceful down here. You've been waiting for a really long time to just get to the point where you don't have to worry about Kirsten's well-being because of her job, because of all of that stress. There is a slight thumping noise, though, that you begin to hear, almost like distant, heavy footfalls approaching outside.
Like, so we established before outside that there's gravel out there.
Mhm.
Like, is it like the crunchy?
Crunch, crunch. And then on the front door.
I'm gonna say, like, because we went around and lit candles and she lit the fire, that there's been a little bit of time passage here.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Jack, trying to be sweet, is like, come sit with me on the couch, honey. Let's just sit by the fire and sort of like reclining and like, cuddling on the couch.
Yeah, they're snuggled up, which Jack probably still feels that she's fairly tense, but
And sort of rubbing your shoulder, trying to like massage the tension out a little bit. Like, it's all right.
is that when a knock comes up, she's up immediately.
I think Jack is nodding off at this point. He's exhausted from this, and he's.
Stay, don't get up. I'm getting it. It's Keith, I'm sure. And she heads to the door.
I'll try to be a good host. Thanks, honey.
Get some tea. It's peppermint. It's good for you.
Thanks, love. He doesn't.
And Kirsten goes to the door, opening it.
And sitting at the outside of the door, there is no one there, but you see a business-sized white envelope lying on the sort of gross welcome mat, weather-beaten from many, many winters spent covered in snow. It looks old, yellowed around the edges, and it has the name Kirsten written on the front in your uncle's handwriting.
She picks it up, looks around, still, like, is Keith hiding around the corner or behind a car?
You don't see anyone. You don't hear anyone.
Keith? You're entirely too tired for these jokes. Where are you? Come in. Have some tea. Or don't. My God. You hear the door slamming a little bit louder than necessary. Either he's being an absolute asshole, or someone else is, and shows the envelope, sits back down next to Jack and opens it up.
That wasn't. Wait, you didn't see anybody?
Nope.
Just an envelope.
Yep.
The fuck?
I told you. It's the countryside. People are weird here.
Fucking Republicans. Alright, what is it? What weird?
Oh.
It's probably telling us to go to the fucking Baptist church down the street or something.
Open it up and read.
And written in your uncle's handwriting on a similarly old, yellowed sheet of paper as the letter that Jack had showed you are the following words. My dear girl, I always knew the time would come when you would find this letter and read it. And while I wish I could be here to guide you through this process, I trust you to do the right thing. I've made the necessary arrangements so that he doesn't realize why you've brought him here. And I know that you might be confused about that even now reading this. Well, let me assure you, it's all part of the plan. Keith will be here to help you with the ritual. But I know that in order for you to attach yourself to someone so pathetic that you knew you'd have to let go of before your time, I thought I'd offer you a way out. Oh, and by the way, don't tell Jack anything that you read in this letter. It's better if he goes to it willingly. I love you very much, my darling girl. Your uncle, Joe.
And I think she's actually been reading it out aloud. Until she clocks what's happening. And as silly as it is, and as stupid as it is, she stops. Skims the rest.
I need to ask specifically, at what point did you stop reading out loud?
At the attached yourself to someone, was it weak, pathetic, something like that?
So
Pathetic.
Pathetic. Just attach yourself to someone. And she's just nervous, laughing. Looks up at Jack with an expression that's like, I have no idea what's going on.
Nice guy.
It's the sickest joke I've ever...
Attached yourself to someone, so what, honey?
You don't want to know.
Just tell me.
Listen, this is clearly written by an absolute...
Just tell me.
And she just hands you the letter instead. And looks down on the floor. And drinks her tea.
Oh.
This is clearly the ravings of an absolute lunatic. And we should not even... Just don't even read it twice. Don't even think about it. This is ridiculous. And I don't know what happened. He did a lot of drugs during his youth. I don't know. They might have taken a toll in his old age, but...
Well... I don't know what all that weird ritual shit's about. That's fucking weird and sick and... Yeah, he must be fucked up. I don't know. Some acid cracked his back and had an acid flashback.
That's the most logical conclusion. Did a lot of traveling. Was always telling me about various times he spent down south, South America. Lots of weird shit that he wouldn't be able to tell a 12-year-old, but did anyway, somewhat cryptically. Thought he meant orgies.
I think Jack
Ritual.
Jack can tell she's trying to change the conversation and lighten the mood. Knows this tactic. But he's still staring at that letter. And kind of interrupts you mid distraction story. And he's not totally wrong, is he?
About what?
Look at me.
Yeah.
What's left of me? I am pathetic.
Jack, not again. You're not pathetic.
And you're not dying. So you don't get to tell me how to feel. I'm sorry.
Whatever helps you, honey.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
No, you let it out. I'm here. I'm here to support you, and it starts to sound like a well-practiced bit. While you see her knuckles white around the teacup, seeing the mug. I'm here to support you. You obviously need to let it out and feel your feelings, and
Sorry, it's just, it's not every day you see it written in black and white. That, harshly. Just got to me. I'm sorry. It just got under my skin. It's fine. It's fine. I talked to my therapist. You know, we went to the counseling, and I know it's going to be really hard for you, and it's hard for me, but I'm at peace with it, and let's just enjoy the time that we, you know.
things will be easier when the light's up tomorrow. And when we can enjoy the view and work on things and get started on this mess. And
Yeah.
are you hungry?
The true answer to this question is no, because he's pretty much constantly nauseous from medication. But, yeah.
Alright, let's see what we have. And she's standing up again from the couch, and it's in a weird way careful not to touch him. She reaches out her hand at some point when but just everything would feel artificial.
I think she turns to go toward the fireplace, and he reaches out to grab her arm, but she's already moving away, so it misses. Kind of grabs at air, and then just kind of folds his hand back in his lap and lets her walk away.
And outside, you hear in the distance the crunch of tires traveling over gravel as two headlight beams shining through the front of the house. and a voice calling out after the sound of the car engine cuts off. Kirsten? Jack? You there? I brought some of my friends with me. I hope you don't mind.
Oh my fucking god.
Strangle him.
Who the fuck is this Yahoo?
I don't even know. I met him like once.
I got it. I'm fine. I'll get the door. You just, I mean, I guess whatever you're making, make a lot more, because I guess we have fucking company now.
Well, they are going to be treated to the culinary expertise of someone who's only made sandwiches for the last several days of travel.
Well, let's really entertain and open up the pork and beans, huh?
It's gonna be breakfast. Fine. You handle it.
I got it. And he gets up again, stiff, but rises and shuffles to the door, kind of not wanting to be... I think a lot of times with people with breathing issues like this, it gets worse at night. And I think he doesn't want her to see how bad it actually is right now, that he's struggling even to get to the door. And fumbles in his pocket for his inhaler that helps relieve some of it a bit. Gets to the door and just looks away for a second, makes sure she's not looking, and then opens the door.
And you see standing on the gross welcome mat a very short, kind of balding on top man whose graying hair has been gathered into a very scraggly ponytail that goes down his back. He's wearing some very old style aviator glasses, and inexplicably, given the Colorado early spring, a bright orange Hawaiian shirt with some black palm trees on it.
I'm gonna break the horror tension for just a hot moment to say I hate this guy already. I hate everything about this guy. Carry on.
And standing on either side of him, wearing sort of like those medieval like brown floor-length robes over their clothes, almost like a Jedi robe you've seen Star Wars. A man and a woman, just with some similarly pleasant expressions on their faces, smiling. Keith holds out his hand. Hello, you must be Jack. Well, we're very happy to have you here. I'm so glad that you made it up here safely and just fine.
Jack goes
this is excellent. This is excellent, truly.
He goes to extend his hand and realizes that he still has the inhaler in his hand, and reaches and then quickly puts it in his pocket. Jack, you're Keith, and
yeah. Pleased to meet you. These are my friends, Sherry and Martin, and they wave hello to you on either side.
Hello, Sherry and Martin. Is there a little early for Ren fairs, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, me and Joe did always used to enjoy those around the summer. No, this is the kind of place where you wanna come visit for, being able to have a bit of an alternative lifestyle without being judged. Am I right? Anyways.
Yeah, seems good for that. Yeah, isolation. Great. Anyways, hey, why don't you come in? Kirsten's just making up some... Yeah, it's not much, but we can give you some food and a bit of tea if you'd like some tea.
Oh, this is a surprise indeed. This is a surprise. Oh boy, I haven't actually been up here to do this thing proper since Joe was last alive, and it's real good to be back. Yes, let's go inside.
He looks at Sherry and Martin. Was it Sherry and Martin? Did I get that right?
Yep.
And he's like, yeah, surprises all around.
They just still look at you with that very placid, docile, friendly expression on their faces.
In a thought bubble, it again says, fucking Republicans. Yeah, come on in, Sherry can I take your coat? Sherry Martin, can I take your robe?
And they, without saying a word, just kind of look at you. They walk in to the house past you in the direction of the kitchen. And Keith stays behind and is just like, oh man, it sure has been a while since I walked around this old place. I wonder, would you mind giving me a bit of a tour of the house just so I can see if everything is in order for you to be staying here this time?
Yeah, your boy's patience is wearing thin already. So the tour consists of this. This is it.
No, really. I insist. And he reaches out and kind of almost, this would be friendly if this were coming from someone you knew. But he puts his arm around you so that his hand is resting on the opposite shoulder of you and starts just steering you down the hallway into the bedroom. Let's go make sure that this is all kosher, all copacetic in here before we get started, huh?
Yeah. And he's like kind of looking back over his shoulder toward Kirsten, trying to make eye contact.
Yeah, I think Kirsten, when the two strangers walked in first, she was in the kitchen, putting the sandwiches up and cutting them into smaller bits, so there'd be more, and looking around, and suddenly looking up to see these two smiling strangers, and she gives a little start and sees her husband behind, being sort of
strong-armed.
Strong-armed.
Literally.
Keith, what's happening here? Hi.
And Sherry and Martin are just looking at you with that same friendly smile. I'm Martin. This is Sherry. We're associates of your uncle's friend. Please, aren't you going to offer us something to drink? And they're both standing side by side in the hallway, like shoulder to shoulder, blocking the path between the kitchen and the living room with the wraparound, everything that lies beyond.
Sure, the teapot's just at the fireplace. And she looks through them, through their heads, where she sees Keith taking Jack away and out of
Yeah.
eyesight.
I think Jack is too weak to really resist this. So, of body and of character. So, as they're walking toward, like, the bedroom, I guess. Sorry about all the candles, Keith. Looks like Joe had a real thing for candles, but at least we have some light.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, old Joe's light never went out. We used to spend so much time signaling back and forth to each other, sometimes with Morse code, sometimes with flare guns, all that sort of stuff that's, strictly speaking, not technically illegal, a questionable gray area, am I right? Hey, you don't look so good. Maybe you want to just have a seat? And he just kind of like steers you over towards where the bed is as he's still...
And Kirsten is going for the fireplace towards the tea to the mugs. Which I think will mean she will have to go past Martin and Sherry, but with them into the bigger area.
You're gonna try and push past them?
Yeah, in a sort of here, just the tea, just behind you. There it is.
I'm gonna have you go ahead and make an uneasy roll for that because
It is
they're
uneasy.
not budging.
It's certainly uneasy.
It is uneasy.
Very uneasy.
I would say I am at least not at ease. Yes.
Her eyes are fixated on that metal poker right now.
So 1d6 to start with.
Yep.
And you can't push yourself here, right? 'Cause it's an
Not
uneasy.
an uneasy roll.
But you
Not
could
yet.
add a scar if you wanted.
Yes,
another.
you could reveal a scar to add an extra d6 to your pool.
Might have to, because I just rolled a 1 on the first one.
Oh, good.
With your die.
I dropped my die on the floor, so that's off to a great start.
Would you like to reveal a scar to add a die to your pool?
Yeah.
Okay. So something from your past.
It is something that comes to her in a thought, in a flashback that is almost painful. Because it suddenly makes some sense, and in a way that is coming with implications that to even think about them and process that. Oh boy. She remembers looking at Martin and Sherry, looking at their robes. She remembers being there one summer when her parents were off to France and she was shipped away to Joe. And until then, it was always great. Till then, she'd always had the best of times with him. When they prepared special fireplaces, and he taught her how to make candles. And she thought it was all fun. And occasionally, he would have friends over, for drinking, or what she then later thought would be those wild orgies when he was being secretive about things, and she was old enough to realize something weird was occasionally going on in Joe's life, but old hippie. And she remembers waking up one night because of screams and trying to see what was happening. There were 2 people in robes just on the way to her bedroom, smiling just like Martin and Sherry, telling her to just go back, it's fine, it's just a wild animal that was trying to get into the house, to get into the larder. And she believed them and went back to sleep. And thinking about that now, she starts shaking. And there's a tiny, tiny knot in her chest, growing bigger and more tense.
Okay.
And that's 2 anxiety for you, too.
Yep.
For revealing a scar.
2 anxiety. Oh, I'm rolling again. Same die. Same number.
So a total of a 2. That gives me.
It's not. They don't add, Anna. It's whatever the
Oh,
highest.
they don't. It's the reroll.
It's whatever
My
the
bad.
high. Well, it's
Yeah,
whatever the
yeah.
highest number rolled is. Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
Crossing the wires here.
Yep.
Okay,
So it's
so
a
I
1.
get a point of dread. Mm-hmm. Okay. The 2 of them say, no, not T. Or Martin says, rather. Sherry is still just silently staring at you. Your uncle's good stuff. You remember where he hides it. Tonight is a special night. We should celebrate. celebrate your coming home.
Sure. The good stuff.
And he had a little mud room off of the kitchen, almost, where his sort of, oh, don't go in there, but you knew it was a liquor cabinet or some sort of thing that he said was for adults only.
She turns around to get into that cabinet, into that area.
Mm-hmm.
And sees the butter knife on the table that she used to cut the sandwiches with. And it's not a smart move. But she picks up the butter knife and instead of going back to that table is trying to break through Martin and Sherry and screams, "Jack, get out! Run! Get the car!" and is trying to get to him.
Jack is being strong-armed by this guy into the bedroom. Do you want to take it from like moments before that happened or moments before the yelling started?
Yeah, if you have ideas, let's
Yeah, because I think that letter has stuck with him, especially being called pathetic.
Mm-hmm.
And he feels like he's being strong, right? He's literally getting pushed around right now by this fucking guy. And I think that just sticks in his craw really hard. This asshole can come into what is now my house and try to shove me around. And I think when they get to the bedroom and Keith is still kind of clutching him, he is like, yeah, I'd like a little bit of space, Keith. That's all right. And tries to push him off. And I'd happily roll for that.
Yeah, go ahead, make me an uneasy roll.
Yeah, and I'm going to reveal a scar too.
Here's also an important detail to note, because I think I said this, but I may not have, is that Keith has closed the door behind you.
Oh, good!
Effectively cutting you off from the rest of the house.
And I think that coupled with fuck this fucking guy who thinks he can push me around is the reason why he wants to get this guy off of him.
Yeah.
And, yeah, a little personal space, Keith. That's all right with you? And pushes. And Jack used to be an athlete. Jack was a football player in high school and had a football scholarship in college. He took a lot of pride in his speed. He was a running back and he was fast. He could cover ground, and he was good at breaking tackles. That's why he was so successful. He's not a real tall guy, and he never was really bulky, but he was built, he was quick, and he was slippery. He could break tackles and get away from people, and that was when he met Kirsten. Back then, they were in college together, and he was a stud back then, and now he's this decrepit, broken down man who's wasting away in front of his wife. But he remembers that he thinks back to that trying, being called pathetic and trying to hold on to some feeling of worth. He thinks back to some of those games where he remembers breaking away from a big tackle and booking it down the field 60 yards and seeing Kirsten in the stands as he celebrates a touchdown and feeling so huge and so grandiose, and seeing the kind of like love and pride in his wife's face. They weren't married then, but his girlfriend, who would go on to be his wife, and he's not ready to let that go. He's not ready to give up on the idea that he could be that guy again someday. Maybe he's not going to be that strong. He's never going to be like that, but damn it, he's going to be alive, and his wife is still going to look at him that way sometimes.
All right.
And so that's 2 anxiety for me.
Yep.
Because that hurt. And 2d6.
Yep.
2 motherfucking ones.
Okay. Oh, I have a point of dread here. So you're trying to like push past this guy, right?
I'm
like,
trying to get him
to...
off me. I'm trying to like shove him off of me. Like, dude, you don't get to do this to me. Let me go.
As you are like grappling with this guy, trying to push him away from you, you have a split moment where it seems like, you know, some adrenaline is kicking in and the momentum is taking you, and then he sidesteps out of the way and, holding onto your shoulder, just throws you as you're spending this force to try and get away from him, throws you onto the ground, landing on your rib cage. Definitely gonna have bruises there in a little while. And he's like, you know, this usually only works well when they're willing. But we've got all night.
What the fuck are you talking about, you crazy old fuck? Get out of my house. Get the fuck out of my house. Who the hell do you think you... Get the...
I'm talking to you here. You had the good fortune to marry into an amazing family. One that takes care of their own. That means that even though you're a piece of shit now, and you can't even take care of your own self, let alone your wife out there with my friends, you still have a chance to redeem yourself here. I told you Joe's lights never went out. Well, we brought you here to make sure that they're just gonna keep burning.
What? Listen, I appreciate you coming over in the middle of whatever acid flashback you're having right now, but you can go now. I think I'm about done. Why don't you... Door's over there, Keith. I don't know what makes you think you can come in here and push me around like this, but fuck you. Get the fuck out.
Oh, you definitely are about done. You can't be much older than what, 42, 43? That's early, but it doesn't take a medical degree to see that you probably got, what, months? Weeks? You are about done, my friend. You don't got a lot of time left. So here's the deal. You can either die slowly and painfully, gasping with oxygen blowing through a cannula into your nose, watching your wife cry, or you can end it here tonight. Keep the light going. Make it mean something.
Jack is fishing in his pocket for his car keys.
Okay.
So I think I said I had... Yeah, I had it before because I used it as a letter opener.
Yep.
And he reaches into his pocket for his keys and does that thing where you put them between your fingers. I actually think I have my keys right here in front of me, I believe. I do.
The impromptu brass knuckles, yeah.
Yeah, the old impromptu brass knuckle trick. He's kind of fishing in there and putting them between his knuckles like so. And as Keith continues to insult and belittle him, he stands and aims for his jaw.
All right.
And at what point does the shout
Gonna have
come,
that be
especially
tense.
the shout from Kirsten?
Yeah, I think pretty much after you take this swing, we'll have that be at around the same time. I'm gonna go ahead and have you make a tense roll for that, since he has already thrown you to the ground and you were in pain.
Yeah, I'm aching.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So you can push yourself and make it desperate if you like, or reveal another scar.
I'm gonna reveal one more scar, I think. Jack's never been much of a fighter. He was an athlete, but he's not a fighter. He didn't box or any of that shit, and he's been in like 2 fights in his life. But this guy just mentioned how this fuckwad, just mentioned how he's pathetic, he can't even protect his wife from his friends out there, whatever the fuck that is meant to imply. And he does remember one time when they first started dating that they were like at a bar and some asshole like got handsy with his girlfriend, and he actually did knock a motherfucker out. The only time he's ever done that, he's not a violent guy, but he was like had a few drinks in him and like had some beer muscles and actually did lay a dude out. And he thinks back to that moment, and remembers like, yeah, I have a right arm. I can hit someone. And so that's 2 anxiety again for him.
Yep.
And 2d6 on a tense roll.
Yep.
4 and a 3. So a 4 is the result.
All right. Achieve a lesser version of what you were attempting. Suffer a consequence, and I take a point of dread. All right. So you are reaching out to punch at this guy with your impromptu brass knuckles, and you can see where it catches him kind of like on the bottom of the jaw. Your aim is a little bit off as you're throwing this punch while trying to stand up from getting knocked prone on the ground, and there's a little trickle of blood that starts coming out of the gash. Oh, I like this. I like this. Shows that there are still some things that you actually care about. Despite the fact that your life is nothing but a meaningless wreck, you still care about her. Oh, how sweet. Very touching. Tell me, Jack, you have a life insurance policy?
I'm giving you 30 seconds to get out of here. Or I'll fucking kill you.
What is it that you're so afraid of? Dying?
I will fucking end you if you don't get out of my house.
Let's cut over to where Kirsten is with Martin and Sherry. You have gone to look for your uncle's good stuff in the liquor cabinet. The kind of thing that when you were very little at first visiting him would need like a step ladder to reach. It's up high. In the cabinet, there's a couple of dusty bottles. Seems like he had some homebrewed things left over from back in the days when he used to make his tinctures. And on the inside of the cabinet, a bunch of handwritten notes, all in different handwriting, but of the same sentence in all capital letters pasted inside of the cabinet. His light won't go out. His light won't go out. His light won't go out.
I think either way, the point still stands that she would have tried to push her way past them
Mm-hmm.
and to scream for Jack to get out.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
The roll itself failed, obviously,
Yeah.
so I don't know what you want to do about that, but
Mm-hmm. So you had rolled a 1, correct?
yeah.
All right. If you were really indeed trying to yell at Jack to see if he can get out, I think that's a push to make a tense roll, actually. So you
Okay.
can try that again, but it ups the stakes a bit.
Yeah, is that 1 die?
That is always
tense.
1 die. You can push yourself on a tense roll and make it desperate. So you could add an extra d6, but suffer worse consequences if you fail, or reveal another scar to add a d6 to.
No, I'll push to desperate because
Okay.
she is getting desperate at this point. She is way in over her head, whatever it is. Obviously, it's not good, and the screams, remembering the screams, whatever it was, she still doesn't believe in any occult bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
But would it be so far out to think that they have a weird serial murderer cult here? It's Colorado, no. So it's a 3.
3. They don't achieve what they set out to do, suffer a severe consequence. You need to increase your despair by 1, and I gain 2 points of dread.
Yay. Is there anxiety for that as well, or was that just for the scar?
No, that was just for the... Yeah.
So she's trying to get past them. She holds the butter knife like a very, very sad weapon that doesn't do shit.
Mm-hmm.
And runs into the wall that is these smiling strangers in their robes, and is starting to swear at them, is starting to scream that, Jack, get out. What are you doing? What are you doing here? What are you doing with my husband? Get out of my way. And still holds the butter knife, fumbling.
Is where your severe consequence comes in, is that as you are screaming at him to get out, you've had your eye on Martin, who has strangely been insisting that you offer him something to drink. And with this knife trained on him and one eye on the hallway down towards the bedroom, it gives Sherry the opening that she needs to smack you on the side of the head with one of the bottles of the good stuff. It breaks and you feel the glass push into your temple, pulling some of your hair out of your scalp as this burning liquid just drips down all over you. And as a severe consequence here, I'm going to spend 3 points of dread to basically have you be stunned enough by this for them to sit you down into this kitchen chair in the room and start tying you to it. You are very disoriented and groggy, and as Sherry is busy tying you up with these cords that she pulls out from the pockets of the brown long robe, you can hear Martin say, "Now I know that this is very difficult for you, but remember when you were a little girl, you used to come out here all the time just to relax? That's all we want for you right now. Just to relax. Remember those good times that you had with your uncle all those years ago. This will all be so much easier if you just relax."
And her head is rolling back and forth, and she looks up at Martin with her vision half clouded by her own blood. You leave him alone. He can't. You let him be. Don't. You can't do that to. Leave him alone. He's not. He can't. He's no use to you anyway. Just let him go.
Well, I beg your pardon, but he is of very great use to us. He is the one who is to be the next instrument of our plan. Besides, we don't wish to do your husband any lasting harm. His own body will take care of that for us. Why do we even need to bother to try? No, it's you. It's always been you, Kirsten.
You're absolutely mad. You're absolutely mad. And she notices at this point that she is being tied up and starts struggling.
You trying to actually like break out of this?
For whatever it's worth, yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna make that a desperate roll because you are still pretty hurt from being smashed in the head.
Just real quick, did you push yourself before on that previous roll? Was that a push yourself?
I don't think I did. At least
Push
I only
from
rolled one
tense
die.
to desperate.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay, then you do have to add anxiety because you pushed yourself. So it would be roll.
I mean, I did only roll one die, so.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Whatever.
I'll add how much? 1, 2.
You actually have to roll a d6, and if it's desperate, you roll a d6 and divide by 2.
Yep.
It's a 1 again, because that's all I'm rolling today.
That's a good one. That's
I know.
That's the kind of one we want.
I'm rolling. But I do get an extra die normally when I do push.
Yes, when you push on.
Yes.
Yeah,
Alright,
you
now
would get an extra die
yes.
normally. Yeah.
Yeah.
Rolls themselves made.
Yeah,
a
too late to
difference.
fix that, but yeah, just add the
No,
anxiety.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, just struggling in her dazed state, mumbling. It's a 4.
Okay. All right. So you are able to actually put up enough of a fight to, I'll let you decide what it is that you do to Sherry to free yourself narratively, but I get 2 points of dread, and then you can choose to take a consequence from what happens next or raise your despair by 1. It's up to you.
I think I'm taking the consequence just because I think it's more interesting. But also, I think what actually just happens is that she manages to slip out her hand out of the binding because of the blood, because of the liquid as well. And noticing that just flailing wildly, there's nothing pointed, there's nothing targeted here, but she manages to get her elbow up and into Sherry's face. And just elbows her in the nose. Falls forward, still half tied to the chair, possibly with the chair. And Martin, for a second, is confused by that because she was still dazed and stunned. But that's, I think, as far as she can get with that. She's not in her right mind to really get away, but it's mostly just about the struggle.
Yeah, so you, with your one hand free that you were able to get out of these ropes, Sherry's head just snaps back as you elbow her right in the face, feeling that like crunch of the bone and the cartilage in the nose just sinking in very softly. And you see her just slowly draw her head back up from where it had snapped, blood just pouring down the face. And she looks at you and she says, "His light
won't go out. You will not be the one to let it go out.
You can go fuck off, lady. And she's trying to get to her feet.
And Martin just says, now, I'm sure that you have many questions about what's going on right now. All of those things can be answered in time, but time is of the essence. Now I'm sure that you found our message out on the deck. You're wondering what it is about his light. Well, you see, your husband's body is going to take care of itself. He won't be around much longer. But his entire life doesn't have to be a waste. He has a chance to be remembered for something amazing and beautiful. Something so terribly destructive that his name could go down in history. It's perfect, really. You don't let his light go out, and you won't have to be alone. He'll finally get the chance to do something meaningful and be remembered. It works best if you're willing to cooperate. But if not,
What are you doing to him?
explaining what needs to be done.
What is it for?
It's not for anything. It's to help you achieve what you want most. And with that, we will smash cut back to the room where Jack is with Keith.
I think I just told him I was going to kill him.
Mm-hmm.
And
Yes, you
then,
did.
And then heard Kirsten shout. So I think Jack is sort of... He just punched at this guy and nicked him, but, didn't really do much. Didn't really hit pay dirt. And so I think that punch alone, was enough to take the breath out of him a little bit. So he's kind of doubled over, but trying not to show how hard it is for him to even breathe right now.
Mm-hmm.
And then hears the shout, looks to the door, looks back to Keith, and then makes for the door quick as he can to get the fuck out of here. Trying to, the plan is open the door and then slam it behind him, and if possible, lock it to keep this fucker in here so he can get away.
All right, let's go ahead and call that a tense roll.
It's at least that's for sure.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Which you could push to desperate if you wanted.
Which I could push to desperate if I wanted.
Yes.
Yes, Flounder, a bedroom door that locks from the outside. Don't question my premise.
It absolutely...
Those are
things. It absolutely does. It absolutely does, yeah.
Alright. 6.
Okay. Yeah, so tell me exactly how it is that you push past this guy.
Woo!
And what do you do next?
First good thing that's happened. I have an idea. Hey, Lydia, while you're away, something good happened. I rolled a 6. So...
Wait, does that mean it's me?
No. I'm about to describe how I'm going to fuck this guy up. He
rolled a 6 to stab you through the heart.
He's doubled over in front of this guy. He reaches into his pocket, grabs his inhaler, puts it up, and sprays it in the guy's eyes.
Okay. All right.
Take albuterol to the face, motherfucker. That actually probably wouldn't do anything in real life, but whatever. It's a movie.
That would sting.
We're in a horror. It probably wouldn't feel good.
No.
Sprays it directly in his eyes, and then while Keith is stunned, makes for the door. And, it's pure adrenaline. Like, he's probably not moved this quick in a long time, but he makes for the door, opens it, shuts it behind him, and locks it to keep the asshole in there. And then looks toward the living room to see where Kirsten is and where those two weirdos in robes are.
And you can hear the sounds of struggling coming from the kitchen where she is currently being tied up by Martin and Sherry to this chair. And as you can hear these sounds making your way down the hallway, I presume, you see... you see Sherry walk out into the hallway. Just stares at you.
Get the fuck out of my way, lady.
You must swear to see it through to the end.
What the fuck? And he's looking around for any weapon of any kind nearby, anything near enough at hand that he could use to thwack her. I'm thinking the fire poker, but I think that's too far away.
That's back in the... Yeah.
I really want that fire poker.
Yeah.
But he's so taken aback by that, he backs away, and it's like, what the fuck are you, and where is my fucking wife?
She's in good hands. It's time to give your life the purpose that you've always lacked. You want to hurt something? Fine. She's ready for you.
And she steps to the side of the hallway and just gestures. I think she saw your eyes dart towards fireplace implements. And she just says, all right, if you're ready then.
Like, kind of looks her up and down, like, looking at her hands. Like, does she have a weapon?
No, she doesn't have anything in her hands. She's got a blood pouring down her front and a broken nose, but not really holding anything at all.
But she just basically stepped aside to let me go through.
Mm-hmm.
Jack steps forward, like never taking his eyes off of her. What did you do with Kirsten? Answer me, you crazy bitch. What did you do with Kirsten?
Gave her the chance to do what she never will. For herself.
You cryptic piece of shit. Where is my wife?
She's in the kitchen. Relaxing. Finally putting her feet up for the first time in years.
Take a lozenge, you fucking psycho. And he backs away. Well, actually, I have it in my head the kitchen's behind me, but I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Yeah.
Whatever. He walks past her, and like really, I want to kill this woman right now, but chief concern is he wants to lay eyes on Kirsten to make sure she's still alive.
Mm-hmm.
After that, then we turn to dealing with the crazy people. But he wants to see her. So he walks past her very slowly and cautiously, trying to get to the kitchen to see Kirsten.
She lets you pass, but she follows you extraordinarily closely. Almost like you can feel her raspy breathing down your neck. It's not so much that she's not letting you out of her sight, it's that she's not letting you out of very close physical proximity.
Okay. He has his fist clenched and like elbow cocked because she's right behind me, waiting to, if she makes a move, go for the face.
Okay.
Was there a consequence for my earlier roll that we?
The one that you just had.
Mm-hmm.
It was that you were able to get your hand out, but that was it. You're still essentially
Kind of half tied to the chair on the floor
Yeah.
in front of Martin.
Yeah, you're still pretty secured, and he's still standing there, right there.
And do I get a hope from locking in?
Yes, you do get a hope from success against Keith.
Okay, so that's shared.
So I
between the
believe
two of us.
you guys are at 1 despair, 1 hope as a group.
I have despair's not shared. I have
Despair is not shared. Just kidding.
I have no despair right now.
Okay.
I have 1.
And you have one.
Yeah. Okay.
And we have
All
1
right,
hope
thanks.
shared. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, I'm ready to elbow a Republican. So.
All right. Yeah, so you are into the kitchen looking at where Kirsten is sitting, very messed up hair, head, blood matting the hair together, tied to this chair. And Martin turns to face you. Oh, good. Then he's explained everything to you already. Tell me.
Kirsten, look at me. Look at me, honey.
And she looks up, and I think the way she was eyeing you didn't necessarily see that side of her face that's fucked up. And when she looks up to you, you can tell that there was very clearly a fight. And her eyes are still having a little bit of trouble focusing on you, but she does. Yeah, I'm here, I'm fine.
What did he do to you?
I don't know. I don't know what they want. Fuck do you want? What? Just leave.
We didn't do anything to you. You brought all of this on yourself. You punched a guest in your home in the face. That is not very hospitable, but it is just like you.
I fucking invited you.
To shit the bed in front of people when it matters most. Isn't that right, Kirsten?
Don't listen to these crazy fucks, honey.
Don't think about it. You came all the way over here to disappear from your shame, to hide from the things that you brought on yourself, and you couldn't even do that. We know what you did. We know you're only here because you feel sorry for him. Maybe a little bit of self-pity too. Trying to remember better times before you're alone. You two are here now, so we don't need to keep prolonging the inevitable. His light won't go out, and you won't have to worry about being alone. You won't have to worry about disappearing, because we'll take care of that for you. Well, and he points at Jack. He will.
What do you want to do? What is happening? What did they tell you? And the last question is directed at Jack.
I don't know. That rat tail hair fuck said. Well, it sounds like he was just gonna kill me. Is that what you're just gonna kill me? Is that you're gonna? Because I'm gonna be dead in a few months. You're just gonna kill me and get it over with. Is that your grand, cryptic, stupid,
you're couching in some bullshit mysticism, but you're just fucking psycho murderers. Is that it?
Well, we would prefer not to. We would prefer if you took care of making sure that your wife didn't have to be alone. We'll see that she gets what she wants either way. But it's better if you do it. Cleaner that way.
What, you telling me to kill myself? That's it?
No, not you. Her. She won't be alone, and you'll be remembered.
You sick fuck. You sick motherfucker. And I'm scanning for the kitchen for a knife, for a screwdriver, for anything with which I can stab a bitch.
Okay. We're gonna make that desperate since this house is pretty bare bones as it is.
Yeah.
There wasn't much except for those taper candles. And at this point, will you roll and then I'll tell you what I would like to add.
I'm going to push myself on a desperate.
Okay.
So that's roll a d6 and divide by 2 added to my anxiety. So.
Yes.
I rolled a 4, so that's 2 anxiety added, so I'm on 6. How grand. Worth it in this situation. So yeah, try to notice anything with which I can stab this asshole, and then grab and stab.
All right. So you'll be able to find something, but do you want to stab with consequences or stab and raise your despair by 1? That is your choice.
Oh, I haven't rolled yet.
I thought you said you rolled a 4.
No, I rolled a 4 to add to my anxiety.
Oh,
so
never
divide by
mind
2.
Then.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. I
Gotcha.
So I'm
Sorry,
rolling.
I thought you meant that was your final one.
Yeah, no. So I'm rolling 2d6 now for the actual roll.
Go for it.
That is a 2, which is not good, and a 5, so that's still not perfect on a desperate roll, but...
Yeah, same thing. So do you want to stab
Yeah.
with consequences, or do you want to stab and take a despair?
Stab and take the despair.
Okay. Which one of them are you going for, and how are you doing it?
Martin, because he's closer to her, and therefore more of an immediate threat to Kirsten, so that's who he wants to go after.
Okay.
And can I make up what I grab?
Yeah.
Cool. There's all the candles around that wouldn't work. I don't think we put the knives away yet. That's too easy. I like the idea of a you said this place
teapot over his head.
Well, no. So you said that this place is probably moldy.
Yeah, it's absolutely moldy.
Yeah, and I think maybe whoever was starting to fix things up here and didn't do a very good job was starting to like scrape some of it off the wall. So there's like one of those paint scrapers.
Yeah. Okay.
And one of those metal paint scrapers, and just like taking the corner and going for his neck, like, or shoulder. I mean, obviously I can't kill him because we're not on 5 Hope, but
right.
Yeah, aiming for the neck with the corner of a paint scraper. So he just sort of lurches forward to get away from Sherry, grabs it, and then stabs at this guy.
Okay. And yeah, that hits true. Not quite enough to cause a lethal wound, as you mentioned, but he just staggers back with this paint scraper, probably having just glanced off of the clavicle slightly, and is just holding shut this really awkwardly jagged gash in his neck. At this point, I'm going to spend 3 of my despair, or 3 of my dread, rather, excuse me, to impose a consequence. You hear scratching coming from the inside of the bedroom down the hallway, and the sound of a door jam just being like wrenched apart with a lock as Keith has prized the door off of its jam. All right. I thought Kirsten would have explained everything to you this way. Usually happens when you join the family. Didn't you get Joe's letters? I thought that if you read those, it meant we could do things the easy way.
Yeah, I'm ignoring this.
Kirsten, honey, didn't you get the letter from your uncle?
I'm ignoring that prick as now that I've like got Martin at least away and fucked up his neck and shoulder a little bit.
Yeah.
Trying to get Kirsten out of this chair, trying to untie her from this chair.
Which you've got a hope from stabbing Martin in the neck.
Oh,
well.
good. Hope is good. I like hope.
Yeah. Yep.
Two hope. Cool. Yeah, and I'm not listening to that asshole. Maybe Kirsten can respond if she wants, but I'm trying to get her out.
I'm also not listening to any of that. But what Kirsten will do is literally just whisper or mouth and just run, just go.
I'll leave him without you. And I think, with shaking, fumbling hands, trying to get these untied. I'm not leaving without you. I'm not leaving you alone.
Okay, idiot. Yeah, she's trying to stay calm to not make the attempt or his attempt any harder.
Okay. All right. Okay. We're gonna call that tense. Either of you can roll that just to see, working together, are you actually able to get this done in time before Keith comes down the hall?
Ooh, can we do
Can I help?
Yeah, we could do help.
Yes.
Yeah, so that would mean I get an extra die. Let's say I'm doing it because I'm the one untying.
Yeah.
And you take an anxiety.
I'll help by.
Yeah, and then how are you helping? Exactly.
It's okay. Okay. We're leaving together. You can do this.
We're leaving together. We came here together. We're leaving together.
Leaving together.
I'm not gonna leave you. I love you. I love you.
I love you. You can do this.
4.
Okay. 4 on a tense roll. Achieve a lesser version of what you were attempting, suffer a consequence, and I take a point of dread. All right. Between the two of you working together, you manage to get Kirsten's other arm and one ankle free before you see the silhouette of the man wearing this Hawaiian shirt with his scraggly ponytail standing in the doorway. Kirsten, honey, you remember back when you were a little girl? Your uncle told you it was time to go to sleep when you saw those scary things in the hallway? It's time for you to grow up and face those fears like an adult. Not run away to the woods and try to hide and disappear. You've already given it all up to be here anyway. Why not just make it complete? I tell you what. If this loser husband of yours over here can't actually get it up to be remembered the way that he's so terrified that he won't, well, fine then. Do him one better. Get rid of him. Your light doesn't go out. And you get the chance to actually meaningfully finish something.
I will meaningfully finish you if I have to burn this whole fucking house down.
I'm glad you mentioned that. I am going to spend 3 points of my dread for a severe consequence. As you feel in the once cold house, the crackling of flames beginning to lick up the sides of the hallway
we lit
wall.
so many candles.
There are a lot of candles, and you are in a house that is in various stages of construction with wallpaper, hanging materials, as Jack had mentioned, open paint cans, a few smashed bottles of your uncle's good stuff. And you can feel the temperature is rising.
Fucking wallpaper. Let this be a lesson. Be careful what you add to the fiction, kids. It may come back to hurt you. Jack. So I have Kirsten almost most of the way untied. Jack. I mean, the anger is so swelling in him right now. From all the things that all these assholes are saying to them, that I think he rather stupidly, but seeing he's mostly freed Kirsten, she probably can get herself out on her own from here, what remains, because she does have a hand free and everything. He notices the temperature rising, but also his internal temperature is rising very quickly, and he charges at Keith to tackle him.
Okay.
Football
this seems
days.
pretty desperate. Let's make a desperate roll.
It does seem pretty desperate. Yeah, I'm just gonna do it. Live dangerously.
You pushing yourself, or are you...
You
You want to reveal a scar?
This is literally the choice between if you reveal a scar, you get 2 anxiety. If you push yourself, you could get 3.
Mm-hmm. And what are you at now? 5?
I'm at 6.
6. Oh.
I'm gonna live dangerously and do it on 1 die. Just this one time. I probably won't do that again, but we'll see.
Okay.
Fuck me!
That's a 1 or
That's
a 2.
That's a 1.
Of course it is.
All right. That increases your despair by 1. You're now at 3. And that gives me another...
I am? I only had 1. I missed one.
Yeah, they're...
I had the 1. I think I had more despair than him.
You did? Okay,
Yeah.
just
by my
send me...
count, by my count, that's 2 despair for me and then 2 hope for both of us.
Okay. Send me in Green Room what you're at.
Okay.
Just because I have it recorded down wrong. You don't achieve what you set out to do, suffer a severe consequence. So you are now at 2 despair then.
Yes,
because
correct.
you failed a desperate roll, and I have gained 2 points of dread. All right. Once again, this guy must sense somehow that you are telegraphing your moves. Almost as though he's seen angry, desperate people lash out without thinking before. And instead of making contact when you try to tackle him, again, he steps out of the way at the last minute, grabs you by the back of the hair, and then slams you into the wall. You hear the ring of the landline that falls out of the cradle, the dial tone as it begins to knock against the wall. And you feel him begin to push you into this wall. I am going to spend, for a severe consequence here, as he whispers in your ear, you've imagined what this would be like. The last gasp of air coming out of your lungs. Now you can have it like this, here and now, or you can have it on your own terms. But I won't wait. You're that I do not breathe well anymore between that is starting to pour into the kitchen from the fires in the hallway, and this guy literally crushing the life out of your chest right now. You are having a hard time breathing. The edges of your vision are starting to go black and you're seeing stars. Kirsten, what do you do?
Kirsten has managed to free herself. I'm up, and we're not smart people. I'm trying to get Keith off of Jack. Throwing myself against him.
Okay.
To get him away from my husband, and the eventual goal is to run away.
Okay. You have a chair tied to your leg, so that's a desperate roll. Just by one ankle, but still, and you're disoriented from getting hit in the head.
Yeah.
Do you want to push it or reveal a scar to gain extra?
I do want to push it.
Okay.
By just literally not caring about that fucking chair and stumbling forward in a very, very desperate attempt. That is all pure grit. And
Just total acting on instinct.
yeah.
Got it. Okay.
So roll a d6, divide by 2 to add to your anxiety.
That's a 2, so that's 1.
And I'd like to help and take the anxiety.
Okay.
Just, he doesn't have enough strength to get this guy off, but just enough to kind of throw his head back and try to hit the guy like in the chin and disorient him enough to kind of weaken the grip just a bit to make Kirsten's job a little bit easier. So I'll take the anxiety. So you should have 3d6 on your pool then.
Oh, wow. And that's a 6.
Boom.
5 was the highest, so this one's a 6.
All right. How do you do this?
The phone is still sort of dangling from the wall from its hook, and as I push into him and sort of interpose myself between Jack and Keith, the only weapon in any way that I could find is that phone cord, and I somehow managed to get it around his throat and around his neck. And with the chair still dragging me down, now sort of caught on a table leg, my whole weight is basically dragging him down with the phone cord around his neck and away from Jack.
So you're just straight up trying to garrote this guy.
In a bumbling way,
cord.
yes.
Okay. I gotcha. All right. He's struggling really hard at grasping it around his neck, just in that panic, because he rolled a 6 on a desperate roll, not even really thinking that this is maybe not the best way to get a phone cord off from around his neck, and you see his legs just sort of kicking out reflexively underneath him. Jack, what are you doing now?
Freed. Is there smoke yet?
Oh
God.
Yep, it's pouring into the room. You've got a lot of wet, moldy, mildewed wood in this house.
I think Jack is starting to hack and wheeze and knows he can't be in here long and live. This will kill him quicker than it would kill anyone in good health, at least. He doesn't have much. He really can't. But he still doesn't want to leave Kirsten behind, so I think he reaches down, like kneels down quickly and
like tries to like grab her, like, we have to go. We have got to go now. Like, let him go.
Do I manage to slip out of those tangled ropes to follow Jack?
Yeah, I think at this point you're garroting a man. I think the chair has been broken in the scuffle. I'll say that on a 6 of being able to get that to happen, you're good.
Yeah, she's not here to see this through. They just want out, so she'll get up and one holding on to the other.
Yeah, and I think he is kind of communicating, maybe without speaking, but like, you need to help me walk because I can't.
Mm-hmm.
And he's kind of like holding on and leaning on her, like, please, we gotta just get out the front door.
We're getting
Go.
out fresh. Yeah, without you.
Go.
Half dragging him, trying to find orientation, trying to find the door as the room fills with smoke.
And you will take a hope for having garroted a man with a phone cord. Get away from danger.
Dare to hope.
Where are you trying to get to? Out of the house? Out of the house?
Yeah, front door.
Where are you trying to get to? Okay.
To the car.
To the car, yeah.
And getting your way through this burning hallway is going to require another roll on your part. I'm gonna call this a desperate roll again, because you are both in the midst of being very close to injured and inhaling smoke, and there's flames licking up the sides of the hallways. So I'm gonna say, to be able to get your bearings and like keep your wits about you to try and get out of this death trap house safely, is gonna require a desperate roll.
So Lydia rolls or me? I'm happy to help if you want. Which I can describe.
Which one of you? Yeah, I think that would be a Kirsten roll, because if you're requiring help to move around,
exactly, yeah.
Kirsten, it's kind of your wherewithal, that's getting them through.
And I'll take the anxiety to help. I think
okay.
There's a trick that I actually learned when I was an EMT, but that if you're in like a burning building, you shouldn't do this if there's a lot of smoke and you can't breathe. But one way, like, keep your right hand on a wall and walk, and you will always find your way out. It's a heuristic to find your way out of any maze. Just keep your right hand on the wall and walk and follow it, and eventually you'll find your way out. And I think he's got his fingers on, he's got one arm around Kirsten and one hand on the wall, and is just sort of feeling in the dark, helping her navigate toward the front door. You're almost there, honey. You're almost there. Keep going. Keep going. Take that extra die.
I did.
Yep, and you can... a 4. Okay. Alright, that gives me 2 points of dread. You're able to make your way out of the house, but you get to choose. Are you suffering a consequence, or are you raising despair by 1?
I'm raising my despair. Because it feels like, at first, she doesn't quite find it immediately, manages to get a door, feel her way to a door, but it's the one leading to the bathroom.
Yeah, I will say, one downside of that heuristic I'm doing is that you will always take the longest possible way out.
Yeah.
So there's some false starts, I think.
The weight of Jack is getting heavier, and his coughing, his hacking is getting more desperate, and she's losing it a little when they eventually do stumble through the main door and manage to open it, and fresh air is a little bit of a Well, a relief, but she also remembers that there's still Martin around somewhere. And she frantically starts to look around. Jack, do you have the keys? Do you have the keys?
Oh, fuck. I used it to punch that guy. Do I have them still? I don't know. You tell me.
Let's make this a tense roll.
Okay. I can dig that.
Yeah. To see if you have keys or, if there are keys in the ignition of the car that they drove up in, anything like that. Would you have had the presence of mind? Actually, you know what? You guys are at 4 hope. This is endgame. I will say yes. You did have the presence of mind, or just the adrenaline of keeping your fist clenched shut long after you threw that punch. You still have the keys. That makes sense.
Okay.
That makes sense.
All right, so we reach the front door, and I think Jack reaches behind and shuts the door behind him. Like, I want these fuckers to burn if they're gonna... They can happily stay in there for all I care. Says, I need you to drive. I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
You can do it. You can do it. You can stay with me.
I need to,
And his legs buckling underneath. Getting to the car is the journey.
Mm-hmm.
So you do have the keys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have the keys, and I think he just passes them to you, and kind of like clings to the passenger side door, wrenches it open, and just kind of flops himself. Actually, I say he flops himself in the back seat because he can't even really sit himself down properly. Just flops himself down in the back seat. Go.
And she puts. Yeah, she gets into the driver's seat. Looks into the rearview mirror where the house is getting consumed by fire, I would assume at this point.
Yep. Pretty much.
Looks down at Jack, lying there on the back seat. You fucking saved me. And
I fucking saved you.
drives off. She can.
Yeah. Following that same mountain road that took you up here. Collapsed in the back seat, Jack. You turn your head over to look at underneath, the back of the driver's seat. Underneath the chair where there's that gap, you adjust the seat back and forth.
Yeah.
A scrap of brown fabric peeping out from under the chair. And a collection of white tapered candles rolling from side to side underneath it as the car winds down the lonely mountain road.
Hey.
And I think that's
That's it.
that's where we'll end. His light won't go out.
Ow.
So how we doing? We want to take 5 for a quick second?
Yeah. Let me throw up
Yeah.
the VR back.
Yeah.
The timer
we'll
will
be
say,
right back and yep.
The timer will say 10 minutes, but we'll be back in 5. See you in a hot second.
Yep.
And we're back.
And we are back.
Oof.
So before before we get into some final thoughts about the game, there's the final act is the epilogues. So both of you survived this horror. How has that changed you and your relationships with each other? And also, how do you feel about killing 3 people? How do you feel about destroying the 3 living horrors that you were up against?
I say, for my part, Jack unfortunately took a lot of what they said to heart. That he was pathetic. He was weak, and he was frail. And his life would soon be over and soon be forgotten. And now he feels like, fuck you, you were wrong. Because I was able to protect my wife, and I did something good, which is kill all of you assholes. When he slammed that door shut, he didn't feel a moment of guilt about it, and still doesn't. He feels like, you can't reverse the course of his disease, and he will be gone soon. But he will now at least leave knowing that he did something worthwhile. And I think that's, for his part, that's shown through in their relationship, and I think he has been just really... Before, he was just trying so hard to make the best of the time that he had left with her. And he still is. But it's now unstated. He's not something he's bringing up. He's not ruminating on his impending death. He's just trying to be there for her. And trying to show up for her while he still can.
I think the main difference for Kirsten is that she lets him. Which is the difference for her, because that's what she needs, but it's also the difference for him, because that's what he needed. And yeah, the fact that he did come through for her and didn't leave, didn't run, even though she told him. The fact that he showed quite some physical feats of strength when it counted. And that he feels better about himself. That sort of thing feeds into each other. As for her part in this, whatever was happening to those 3, and of course, I mean, that depends on how that little outro scene is actually to be understood. Because if it is just Tara's whining, if it's just my player perspective, of course, because the outro scene, I think I can say that, was not planned. It was brilliant, and I'm very, very happy with it, and it makes me, of course, a little bit torn, because I want to speak from the character's point of view as is, but also the fact that she may have had this whole thing planned and be involved and so on and so forth, that would be juicy as hell. But
up to you.
Change so many things, and I'm looking for
Oh, I honestly didn't read it that way.
There could be a multitude of reasons
I know,
why those
yeah.
are in the back seat of the car.
Yeah. I thought it was basically a sick gift they were leaving for us. Like, hey, should you change your mind?
Yeah.
Here's the stuff.
I read it as in, you know, she might have had knowledge of this whole thing all along and was just playing the victim. But to preserve the choices when they were made, or the integrity of the choices when they were made, I will also say not a single shred of regret for these three assholes. A lot more aware, of course, and that comes with its own set of traumas over what Uncle Joe was up to. But that sort of conversation, I'm also thinking, actually helps their relationship. Actually talking about shit for once.
I also think the downside here is all of that exertion probably did take months off his life.
Yeah.
And probably the time he had left is shorter. 6 months might have turned into 3. All the smoke inhalation and... Yeah. He's in probably worse health than he's ever been in afterward. He's still weak and frail, but I think just his attitude toward it is different now. And while he's at peace with... He was already at peace with dying. I think the serenity has very much increased, and he's just letting it take its course while just really trying to keep that out of his mind and enjoy his time with his wife.
I think there is a nagging question of what kind of ritual and what kind of occult aspect they were being cryptic about, because, you know, pretty much everything must have gone up in flames with them. But again, random thoughts. What matters, especially in the few months that they have left is very much making the most of them.
Until his light goes out.
And that's Quietus.
And that's Quietus. Oh, there we go, crying again.
We're phenomenal. How are you both doing?
I'm good.
Fuck the characters. How are Colin and Lydia right now?
Good. We're fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
Yeah, what's up with you?
I'm exhausted, but yeah. Yeah. It's interesting. I haven't ever GM'd a game like this. I've played this game, obviously, but the I guess most visceral horror experience I had facilitating a game prior to this was technically a GM-less game, so we were all kind of equally to blame for inviting the bad horror stuff in. We played Sleepaway, and it's a GM-less game where the players collectively decide when horror comes in and how to interpret. But here, that 5-minute break that we took at the beginning, I was kind of alarmed by how quickly I could come up with things that would really mess these characters up in 5 minutes from my own head. And I was like, damn.
This happened to me when I GM'd you in Quietus too.
Maybe I'm an evil person.
When you're good at when you feel like you're good at this, and you're getting it, you feel guilty about it.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
I'm a bastard.
Yes, like when I went and I just got up and walked around as I was thinking, because if you didn't see the beginning of this is a no prep game. So Colin and Lydia both made their characters live on screen, and aside from, you know, like the safety tool stuff that we went over, I had nothing to do for preparation. This was all between the three of us, made up completely on the spot.
Off
so
the old
taking
dome.
Yeah. So take that however you want to, but
Yeah, this
just
stuff
like
comes
that,
to us naturally. Work that out.
that 5 minutes though, I had a moment, and then I came back and I messaged the two of them, and I'm just like, whatever happens, please don't take this personally. I'm going to be mean, but I don't hate you as individuals. I'm sorry. Yeah. It turns out that it's a whole trip doing this.
Yeah, it is.
From the other side, but I don't know, like, I really like this game.
I love this game. Infinitely replayable.
Take that how you will, because I'm not sure what that says about me. I enjoyed it very much from both the player perspective and the GM perspective.
Yeah, Pope said thank you for the post-mortem, which will be a great segue into our pitches again in just a minute. But
Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say to everyone watching, when you do games like this part matters a lot. The part afterward where you check in, you laugh, you decompress, and you talk about the game as a game because it's just a game.
Yeah.
And you need to, you know, there's been so many studies on this, of course, but with role-playing games, the emotions that you summon up and the memories that you form are very, very real, and character bleed is a real thing, and you can start to take on the thoughts and feelings and emotions of your character, and if your character just went through something deeply awful and traumatic, that can affect you. So it's important to take the time to talk as people, not as Jack and Kirsten, but as Colin, Lydia, and Anna, and...
Definitely not as Keith.
Definitely not as fucking Keith, and shake off the character, really. That's shake off the character and shake off the game. Take a deep breath, have a glass of water, go take a piss, and like
do all your grounding stuff.
Do all your grounding stuff. Hashtag
take care of your meat costume.
I want hashtag fuck Keiths all over Twitter tonight. There's gonna be confused Keiths out there, but I want hashtag fuck Keiths, please. Thank you for that suggestion, Celeste.
You mean like my buddy Keith?
I like my buddy Keith. But yes, it's very important that you do this part. You do this before, you do it after. In between, you get to enjoy the dopamine hit that is getting the shit scared out of you, because it's fun. It's fun to be scared. It's fun to be creepy. I know you know that's true, Anna. Your inner sadist is like, you know, you have a little bit of fun with that. And it's fun for us, me and Lydia, to, you know, deep dive and hit some really, like, to hit some very deep, raw emotions and stuff. Like, teetering on the edge of uncomfortable is fun. There's a reason why we do thrill-seeking behaviors and stuff like that. Like, that adrenaline is fun. But you also need to get out of it. So make sure when you do games like this, and I'll say too, when you watch games like this, take the time to decompress, to shake it off, and remind yourself that it was all just a game, because that's the part you got to remember. You can't internalize this stuff too much. So that's my soapbox. Anything to add, Lydia?
I think you've soapboxed quite well. I do want to GM this one now, which also is a statement.
Can I play in it? I want to play this again.
We're doing Quietest Sundays?
Oh, God.
Oh.
Maybe not every week, but...
Yeah, Silent Sundays? A whole lot of Quietest?
Yeah.
I do find it really, really impressive how quickly you can really put something together with the prompts that are there, and it's really fantastic at that, making it into something tropey enough to be able to recognize where this is going, which really helps putting you at ease. But being open enough to obviously not have the roleplay itself be impeded. And like I said, I've seen it, but I've never played it before, so of course it takes a while to get used to how roles work and what the risk factor of everything is. And I like how, I mean, that's maybe that's the problem when you actually play a couple and get an actual couple, but try and sort of kind of break them up with the whole murder each other, and we're both like, fuck this. Just no.
Yeah, so that didn't come up in this one. This happened last time, but for those who
Yeah.
aren't familiar with the game, there's a mechanic, you can add things to your dice pool by revealing scars or by pushing yourself, which adds anxiety. There is a third way, actually a fourth way. You can add dice to your pool. You can also do it by helping. But there's a fourth way, which is you can betray the other person.
And you get to add 2 dice for betrayal. So
Yeah.
you get to roll maximum dice if your character betrays the other character.
Yes, and they take, and the other person takes despair for being betrayed.
That was really interesting to me because, I'm sorry.
Well, I want you to know that I thought about it.
Me too.
I know. I saw moments when you both thought about it.
We totally thought about it. I knew it was.
Nope.
It was like, what kind of game is this gonna be? Go ahead, Anna. But yeah, it was like what kind of game is this gonna be? Is it gonna be that kind of fucking game? And I nearly went there. But yeah, I'm sorry. You had a thought. Go ahead.
No, just seeing. Yeah, I know when you each both thought about it, there had to be something there, because the fact that the game is set up such that the characters already have a pre-established relationship, and there is in some ways enough trust between them to go to an isolated place together, means that there has to be enough hurt and history between them for a betrayal to seem like a reasonable thing to do.
Right.
So even if it's not something that the character ends up choosing to do, that ghost of a thought that like flits through your mind, I think this is also just a very human thing, right? Like, we all have these thoughts in real life, even though we're like, oh, we'd never act on them or anything like that. But just knowing that that's there in the back of your mind, I think adds such an interesting dynamic to this game in a way that I don't really think I've ever experienced in a different horror game. But what I was thinking of earlier was in the game that Colin GM'd that myself and Cadence played in on Encounter Roleplay for Halloween. Both of our characters also got to 4 hope, so we were able to escape. The end game triggers like when somebody gets to 4 despair, or they as a group get to 4 hope, and then that's kind of like, all right, resolution, final scenes. But we got to 4 hope after we both betrayed each other.
Yeah.
And so then we both still escaped and kind of had to figure out, how did we survive this and live, but destroy that really important relationship between our characters who were sisters? And it's like, that really fucks with that character so hard. So then when the 2 of you both survived, and neither of you betrayed the other, I was like, this is about as wholesome as this game gets.
It's pretty close to as wholesome, even though as wholesome as it gets in that I die in 3 fucking months. But yeah, the other thing too is that it can be, I think betrayal, there's another way it can happen, which very well could have happened here, which is someone peaks out at 10 anxiety. Because when you hit 10 anxiety, you go into panic mode. And like something caught my ear what you said, like, there has to be some kind of like fractured history, which, granted, we do have a bit of a fractured history here, but like not as bad as you and your sister did in Quietus. When
right.
we ran on
It doesn't have to be huge. It can be cracks, but yeah.
Yeah, but that you said for that to seem like a reasonable thing to do, to betray someone. But I think, you could hit where you hit 10 anxiety, you're in full-blown panic mode, and then reason has nothing to do with it anymore. It's just survival, it's fight or flight. And, I thought, because I was on 8 anxiety, I almost got there, and I had considered pushing myself to go even further if I got another roll. And if we had, for example, been in that burning building, and I'm on 10 anxiety, and I'm someone who has bad lungs and is dying slowly of not being able to breathe, and I'm inhaling smoke, that's when I would have betrayed you, Lydia, sorry. But that's when I would have just run, just like, because that's full animalistic survival mode, just get out. And make for the door and leave your ass behind. I'm happy it didn't come to that, but that's where it
little addendum, dear.
That's where it could have happened. Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, talk characterably, but yeah, I mean, it's I couldn't leave you behind. I felt bad.
No, I think it's. I thought about it, yeah, when obviously when you are tied to a chair and have nothing else really to do, you might as well listen and figure out a way to get out of this. I think the main reason it didn't happen is because of just how cryptic everything was. And when you have been in character thinking about death for so long, to then, and are literally here to make the most of it, to then cut it short, and even shorter, it kind of just, it's like I can see the logic from their side. But because we kind of started off with an antagonistic dynamic with them, I mean, obviously you're like, yeah, fuck you guys, just on principle.
Yeah.
So
the only thing I regret is that I didn't use your lighter to burn the house down, which is still in my pocket. Did we addendum? Can we say that Kirsten quit smoking after this?
yeah, that's fair.
I was
Alright.
like, that's up to Lydia, but sure.
That's your character choice.
we can amend, excuse me.
I
Yeah.
think when they're like finally stopping at the police station or wherever, and she gets out the pack, and Jack just glares at her, and she's like, yeah, fair.
Yeah. Like, really?
We almost
No.
died of smoke inhalation mere hours ago.
Also, I have your lighter, so haha.
Yeah.
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 Which he totally throws in a fucking sewer main. Wait, we go to the cops? We just killed 3 people. We gotta go to the cops.
I don't know what we're doing. It's...
Yeah. Okay.
But whatever you do.
Whatever we do, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we have a glorious 3 months. I assume. I don't know. Now it's
It can
QUIETUS.
only get better. It can only get better from there, right?
That's true.
Like...
Yeah, nowhere to go but up from here.
Yeah.
Nowhere to go but up. All right. Well, that is a great place to leave things for the night. Before we go, let's go around one more time and reintroduce and exit ourselves, and let everyone watching know where you can be seen shortly. So let's start with the inimitable Anna. Thank you so much for GMing this, by the way. Had so much fun. Much appreciate you, as always. And what you got going on this coming week?
Oh my goodness. Well, first a very long nap.
Yeah.
And then after that, you can find me most places on the internet at Nymeria941. I'm also on Encounter Roleplay constantly in various constellations with these 2 wonderful, awesome people. We'll be starting up Boston Besieged, which is the new Flames of Freedom campaign powered by Zweihander on Encounter Roleplay. I will be the historian for that, and Lydia is going to be a player. And I'm really happy that you still want to play games with me as the GM, because now I'm realizing it's just like they're either extremely bubblegum pop or dark and depressing, and usually you die at the end.
Yo,
I'm
so
okay with that.
Celeste in with the clutch Hamilton reference, by the way, since I called you inimitable. Yeah.
Oh, that's so...
That is a clutch.
Wow.
We're not doing a Hamilton counter.
Thank
Not
you,
on this
though.
fucking show, no.
No,
I mean,
but I'm
fuck-
just saying, like, that was actually, that was legit.
That's a
That
clutch
was-
reference. Well done.
I like to hear ones that are not just, I'm not throwing away my shot, because like, yeah, we get it.
Yeah,
So
done it,
yeah.
yeah.
So yeah, anyways, come watch Boston Besieged, which is gonna be Tuesdays at 5 on Encounter Roleplay. For more Zweihander, because that's what I live and breathe now. I also play in Bloody Portrait, which is a Zweihander game set in Renaissance Florence with vampires. That's at 8 p.m. on Chromatic Chimera on Fridays. And I will be back on Chromatic Chimera this coming Sunday, a week from today at 1 p.m. I will be guesting on Awakened Pixels, which is a really cool fate-accelerated game about a bunch of video game characters and avatars and things that have gained sentience and come to life. I have designed a character from my own brain whose name is Gwentolyn Garthstone. And she is basically this sort of fantasy tavern keeper from a collectible card game based off of other fantasy IPs that people enjoy playing the AAA game, and then they have to go play the card game.
How do you treat
and she is the card game AI.
How do you treat a Garthstone?
Hmm?
How do you treat a Garthstone? Like that? Is that difficult to pass?
You will have to find out on Sunday. because that is when this character will be showing up. Again, that's on Chromatic Chimera at 1 p.m. And I think that's everything that I have going on. If it's not, I'm sure someone will yell at me and remind me that I need to be somewhere at a certain time.
You better hope they do, or else
Yeah.
you will miss it. Lydia, what's going on this week?
I mean, Anna mentioned it. We are, of course, starting with the Zweihundert campaign, Flames of Freedom, over on Encounter. There's Song of the Deep back on Monday, 8 p.m. on Encounter Roleplay, followed by a special little Q&A talk show sort of situation that we all have collectively willed into existence.
Much like this game.
Yeah, hey.
Just because, yeah, the little sort of aftercare session is important, and we always stay on for ages anyway with Song of the Deep and with the people there, so might as well make that slightly more public, and that's what we're going to do over on Critical Misses with Anita as the host, with 2 guests, 2 of the cast invited, might be all of them on Monday, I don't know. This was a very, very sort of, let's do this, kind of situation, and here we are. And apart from that, you can find me over on Encounter Roleplay, of course, sometime in front of the screen, sometimes behind the screen, but always there lurking.
Yes, and I think since I do all my things with like these two, they've like already covered it. Song of the Deep tomorrow night, 8 o'clock. Your bard boy Bastion's back, and he's cold because it's really cold where we are. I'm changing the cosplay and I'm adding a scarf because it's cold, and really looking forward to that because Song of the Deep is my favorite thing that I do. No offense to any other shows that I'm on, but Song of the Deep brings me the happies so very much, and the sads, but in the good way, the same way this game did. And Draku, my dear beloved castmate, is in chat right now. So good to see you, Draku, and thanks for being here. And then after Song of the Deep is, after Song of the Deep will be Talk of the Deep, as Lydia said, which we don't know actually who's going to be on it, but we know that we aren't planning to have the full cast on every episode of that, so it'll probably be determined by what happened in the episode, and then we'll play it by ear. So, yeah, we'll see. Who knows? I may see you there tomorrow night, may not, but that'll be on Critical Misses with Anita, because is that the most self-indulgent thing we've ever done? Like, we created a show about our show. I mean, it's like, yeah, it's the good kind of self-indulgent, though.
There's no way around it. Nope, this is, off the deep end. Definitely.
But hey, this is what happens. Never jokingly suggest anything on the internet. It will then just appear. Especially when your friends all have their own Twitch channels and shit just materializes. And then Tuesday, on Encounter Roleplay, also there's going to be so Song of the Deep's on Encounter Roleplay, and then Tuesday 2 to 5, Achtung Cthulhu on Encounter Roleplay, where I'm taking a rat tag band of Inglorious Bastards style World War II resistance fighters through Nazi Germany to kill Cthulhu and also Hitler, but if they could take out Cthulhu too, that'd be great. In actuality, they're like behind enemy lines. It's this secret mission. Things are heating up already. They had a big sniper fight in the first episode where they were all pinned down by a sniper. And it's getting pretty wild. And, also, psst, one of them is a traitor. So tune in to find out who is Agent Owl. One among them is Agent Owl. Whoever could it be? Tune in, and maybe you'll find out. And other than that, on Friday... Lydia, can I talk about the thing I'm doing on Friday? On Encounter Roleplay?
I think so.
Okay.
Sure.
Friday on Encounter Roleplay, I'll be doing a little chat segment with one of the developers of the game Black Void, which is a horror sci-fi game. It's the fucking coolest. The book is gorgeous, and it's it has a sort of like ancient Babylon in space aesthetic that's absolutely stunning. It's so beautiful, and they currently have a Kickstarter going for a new adventure, a new module that's coming out. That actually ends at the end of the week. I believe it ends Saturday. And I'm actually going to grab the link to... Yes, so they have a new module coming out called Under Nebulous Skies. It has 5 days to go, and it's not yet fully funded, folks. So if you can do your part to help out, I'm putting the link in the chat right now. This is the new adventure module for Black Void, and it looks gorgeous. I mean, take a look at some of the artwork in there. It is a campaign setting and source book for the Black Void system, which is... I'm very excited to play it. I have the book. It is a D12 system. That's not one you see very often. Show the mug. Yeah, the underappreciated gem of the dice world, the D12. It is a D12-based system where 1s are bad and 12s are good. And it's just... The aesthetic is gorgeous. It's a beautiful sci-fi game, and... I'm going to be talking with one of the developers about the new module, about the Kickstarter, and you all should please go support it, and we'll talk plenty more about it on Friday. And then after that, on Friday, on ERP, is going to be... that'll be on ERP. After that, back here on this channel, Lydia and I will be hosting the GM Postmortem, where we will be talking to a mystery guest. About how to be the best damn GM you can possibly be, because we're just arrogant enough to think that we know how to tell you how to do that. So,
Way to sell yourself, love.
I know.
I would like to just point out, though, as like watching the VOD of the last thing, it was really, that's not a very good way to describe it, because it was really just like watching 3 people who are really good at what they do share ideas about how to be better at what you do. So...
Yeah.
That's less arrogant and more friendly and collaborative, perhaps.
Sure. Okay. I like that. Ignore everything I said and take Anna's description of the show. But the GM Postmortem, that is going to be 8 o'clock right here on this channel. Lydia and I are hosting with a special guest, and we will discuss how to be a damn good GM. But that is all I think I have coming up this week, and I think I got my whole schedule right. So until next time, folks, thank you all so much for watching. We'll be back to play more something soon. Keep an eye on my Twitter. That's at Colonomicon, where I'll be announcing anything that we're going to be doing. And, of course, I'll be posting in the Encounter Roleplay Discord and on my own Discord what will be coming up here. So until next time, thank you so much for watching. This has been an absolute pleasure. And y'all have a lovely, spooky night. Good night, everybody.
Bye.